with your chest, fuck nigga. Keep God in your life. Fuck nigga, keep God in your life. Fuck nigga, keep God in your life. Fuck nigga, you need to praise the Lord or Allah or Yahweh, whoever you believe in. Get connected. Come on. Hey, look, ha. God blessing all the trap niggas, they worshiping the devil. I don't really fuck with rap niggas, but keep a Mac nigga and a Bible in the back nigga. Yeah, you praise God, but if you had to hit smack niggas, give it up to God. That's the answer to my problem. The list of things I need, I'm praying God to solve them. I need racks nigga, I need stacks and I need plaques nigga, I need everything. If you God, give me that nigga. I ask you for money, why you make me go broke? I told you my dreams, why you make me lose hope? Everything right in front of you, you really just don't know. Only way to go is up when you really at your low. When you give it to God, learn the lesson for the test. God reveal the worst so that you could be your best. So anytime you feeling down, anytime you go to rest, say it out loud. Better say it with your chest. Fuck nigga, keep God in your life. Fuck nigga, keep God in your life. Fuck nigga, keep God in your life. Fuck nigga, you need to praise the Lord or Allah or Yahweh, whoever you believe in. Get connected. Come on. Say it out loud. Better say it with your chest. Fuck nigga, keep God in your life. Fuck nigga, keep God in your life.
Hey man, say man, if you enjoyed the content, make sure you hit that like button, tell a friend, share the content, hit the notification bell so you can get all my videos. Salute to you. Mic check, mic check, mic check, mic check. What's good, man? What's good? Grand rising to all. Grand rising to all, man. We're gonna go over part 2 of this Rogan experience with Mr. Trump and Kamala Harris went on Club Shade. Now I ain't gonna lie, when I seen Joe Rogan and Donald Trump, I think I seen it. I think I seen T.Y. I seen the crew. Shout out to the crew. Y'all make sure y'all go sub up to the crew. But I seen him going over to Joe Rogan and Donald Trump before I actually saw it myself. And when I was in his chat, I was like, I bet Kamala gonna go on Club Shay Shay. And I was kind of joking, but at the same time, I was kind of seeing it, and trust me, I hadn't seen it anywhere else. But I'll be damned, she actually did go on Club Shay Shay. Shout out to Club Shay Shay for having a platform that gave, someone else if you're gonna have a politician, whether it's Trump or Kamala Harris, to have a platform that somebody can feel that's powerful enough to go on and they can get the recognition and actually get to that's in that positive light. So shout out to Shannon Sharp for coming that long way in such a short period of time. And he really didn't disappoint, and not in my eyes. I mean, I thought he did a good job. I thought he circled around a lot of the real issues that's going on or whatever. It was a great interview, if you ask me. I mean, because you actually got to hear a couple of things that a person is proposing, and not just a lot of wild ass talk. So, but to be fair, let me finish up some of this. Let's finish up this Joe Rogan interview, because I don't want people to say, "Oh, you didn't play all the way through the Joe Rogan one or whatever," which the man didn't say anything of significance as far as specifics on how to go towards handling the economy. It was pretty much a whole bunch of man, we was just about to do all this, man. We were just about to be the best country in the world. We were just about to. But let's start off where we left off at. Now, the difference between, I guess the biggest noticeable difference between Trump sit down with a podcast and Kamala Harris sit down with a podcast is Joe Rogan's sit down was 3 hours, and Kamala's was only 1 hour. So we already listened to an hour and a half already, if you already checked out my part 1 of this. And we haven't heard anything concerning to, the people and everything. It's just been, whatever you call it. I'm not going to tell you what to think about it, but I haven't heard anything of significance. I think right now he's at the part where he's telling about this airplane that he's pulling up on and how handsome all the pilots is and all that shit. So
I mean, I'm exaggerating a little bit. Problem with exaggerating, they'll tell the story. They'll say Trump was a coward. So I'm sitting with him, he goes, 500, and I'm telling you, there wasn't a light on the runway, nothing. And we're going in. You okay, Captain? Everything good?
You said Kamala's was 2 hours? No. Well, I don't know if they cut a lot out, but it only say an hour and 3 minutes. I'm on Club Shay Shay page right now, so it said hour and 3 minutes. Damn, y'all, anytime it comes to that woman, man, y'all always gotta exaggerate some shit. Yeah, y'all can't even tell me how long the interview was. God damn. But yeah, it was an hour 3 minutes and shit. When I watched it, goddamn, that nigga Shay Shay had so many commercials. Shit, that shit really only was about 45 minutes. Shit. I guess she figured she didn't need all that time. I don't blame her here. She got shit to do.
Yes, sir. No problem.
This nigga here had he had a rally after this, and him sitting there so long with Joe Rogan left all them folks out there in the cold, man. That shit ain't right. That's fucked up.
Down in about 1 minute, sir. And I'm telling you, Joe, there's always a light. There's not a little pin. And all of a sudden, psh, and you hear, wah, wah, perfect landing like glass. That's how good. I mean, these guys, between the equipment and it's genius. It's pure. It was so dark, you couldn't see a thing. There was no runway. You wouldn't know where the hell you are. You're in the middle of a desert. And then I got out of the plane. I said, thank you, Captain. That's a great job. And then I got out of the plane, and I'm going down, and I see a general and another general, and I see a staff sergeant, a drill sergeant, and a very
I kind of don't understand the point of this story. I don't know how they got here. You said you reacted to it yesterday. It was 2 hours. Or did they cut something out? You gonna point out what they cut out? It might have took you 2 hours to do it, but I'm just saying it says an hour and a half. Maybe they. I'm getting it off of Shannon Sharp shit, so I ain't getting it off somebody else shit. I don't know. Maybe they cut some shit out. Maybe they edited something out. It said hour and 3 minutes right here. And I know if he'd have cut something out, then that would have had to reset his views and shit. So I don't know if they did that. Yeah, the one I watched yesterday was about an hour too. It wasn't that long.
She's the first woman to serve as Attorney General, African American, Asian American.
Oh, okay. So what you said something about her resume. Our Kamala did was our Kamala. You mean all she did? That's what you want to say? All she did was lie about her family tree and her resume and blame Trump. Well, I actually heard some details about some plans too. I don't know. I guess maybe you skipped over that part. So we're kind of looking at both of them. That's mighty strange that that's the only thing you heard when the woman literally talked about some plans. She literally broke down what she was gonna do, and I point that out. But like I say, I want to be fair. I want to make sure we point out what Trump was saying for 3 hours, because if you're saying all Kamala did was lie and lie about her family tree, then what the hell you think this is that this man is talking about? What is this man talking about? Hour and a half we done been through here. This man ain't told not one thing he could do to help just the common folk. Not one single thing.
Yes, guys, all central casting. Central casting. They said, sir, would you like to arrest? I said, I don't want to arrest. I want to figure out what the hell are we doing with ISIS. I'm hearing we can't. It's going to take years. No, sir, we can do it very quickly, sir.
He's over here taking credit for ISIS. That's what our military did, sir. You ain't did shit. Not a damn thing. Hell, we want to talk about some shit. Obama killed Bin Laden. Whoop de woo. You did your fucking job. Now, how are you going to change the economy right now? This is a whole bunch of blah, 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 blah. I understand getting to know somebody. I can appreciate Joe Rogan for, just asking like, okay, what was like the first day getting in the office or something like that or whatever. But at this point, like, what are we doing? This man is talking about like just random shit, babbling along 3 hours, and it's kind of hurtful to know that all those people were sitting there waiting for this man in Michigan, and he spent all this extra time and not even going over any issues. And talking about softball, shit.
And anyway, we go into the room. Biden would have taken a nap for 4 days and then left without a meeting. So we go into the room, and they have these guys. I say, how long can you do it? How long? We can do it in a couple of weeks, sir. I said, wait a minute. They told me 5 years. We can do it in, I don't know, he gave me a number, like in no time. I said, why haven't you done it? Because the orders came in from Washington, sir, and they would come here and tell us what to do. Don't you challenge us? We're not allowed to do that, sir. That's not the military way. They tell us what to do, and we have to respect them.
So do you think that it was incompetence why they didn't go after ISIS?
I think it's a bad system. When Mattis goes there or when Milley goes there, who's stupid, and they tell these guys that are actually...
This man is literally up here calling our generals, these people that fought for our freedom, including his freedom. He calling these people stupid, like he out there with the fucking bullets aimed at his head. This is amazing that somebody that's going to be our president that does not have the common decency respect for the troops that are on the ground. You ain't got to agree with them, but to disrespect them like like they're not putting their life on the line. That's amazing. That's amazing to me. It's amazing that people, don't hold accountability to these type of things. Like, really? I mean, because even the lowest private, the lowest, basic dishwasher in the military, we're supposed to at least show the common respect for the people who leave their family and go over and fight for our country. Leave their family, risk their lives, put everything on the line to fight for our country. I thought that we had at least the common decency, for all of them. But I guess that changes when it comes to, this guy. And I would think that this guy would be like the example, because you're holding the highest office in the land.
Actually smart what to do. And the guys that are smart are saying we don't like what they're doing, but they're not allowed to sort of counteract. Plus, the guys that went there are arrogant. They're arrogant fools. They're like stupid fools.
I can't agree with you there, Knowledge. You can't say both of them just because this guy didn't talk about nothing important, because I heard some important shit when Kamala was talking. I mean, I'm just keeping it real, bro. Y'all keep making it about the politics. I'm just saying, hey, if you make some good points, you make some good points. I'm trying to be fair and listen to this man and wait for something important. And this man hasn't talked about anything important. But just because he didn't talk about nothing important, that ain't mean the next person didn't talk about nothing important. Because she actually went over some stuff. But we'll wait till we get to there. Could somebody please point out what he pointed out that's going to help everyday Americans?
The way they pulled out of, the way they, as an example, the way they pulled out of Afghanistan with the people falling off the planes.
That's a disgrace.
It was worse than Vietnam with the helicopters falling. It was so bad. There was no reason for it. Anyway, so we knocked them out. And
well, you say no president has ever done anything for us. Shit, it's some presidents that put our ass in some fucked up situations. So you can't say there ain't no president never did nothing for us. Yeah, they might have not did nothing for us, but they done did some fucked up shit to us. So, right at this point, I ain't expecting a whole bunch. I just don't want you to put me in a more fucked up situation that I'm already in. That's all I'm hoping for at this point. Salute time, boy. Shit, like, it's hard to even ask for anything from a president. Just don't make it worse. Damn.
I mean, we have great military. We have great people, but not the television guys. And I rebuilt the military, and then they gave a chunk of it. Now, you have to tell, as much as it is, it's a tiny little piece. Believe it or not. We have an unbelievable... I rebuilt the military. I rebuilt our nuclear. And in a way, I hated to redo it, but I got to realize how powerful that nuclear is, Joe. One bomb, Israel is gone, but forget. One bomb could take out the entire East Coast. It's so bad. And I watch these poor fools talking about our oceans will rise 1/8 of an inch over the next 500 years. I mean, we have people, we have countries. Right now you have 5 countries. And don't underestimate North Korea. If you take a look.
This man is all over the place.
At North Korea. I was there. I mean, I was with Kim Jong. I had a great relationship. I got along great with him. The president, he got along great. That's a good thing. It's not a bad thing. It's a great thing. Obama thought we were going to go to war with North Korea. When I met with Obama just prior to the takeover, you meet, you have a sort of a ceremonial meeting. But it lasted a long time, a lot longer than it was supposed to last. I said, what's the biggest problem? He said, North Korea. By the time I finished, we had no problem with North Korea. We were really, it was a little tough.
And what North Korea doing right now? Yeah, he ain't going to tell me all the lies Trump told. But he found every lie that maybe Kamala told, which I didn't hear no lies, and I'll let him tell me. Because the only thing he seemed to be worried about is this woman, about her grandma that he don't feel like she got, or if she got a real auntie, or none of that shit. I don't give a fuck about that woman's family, respectfully. I just want to hear some of her policies. I don't give a damn about that woman, where she come from, and all that goddamn shit. Acting like Trump black or some shit. I mean, good gracious, man. I can see if Trump was a straight up black man and she was running against somebody straight up black or something like that. But y'all arguing about her race and all that shit, and we're talking about Trump now. Like, it's crazy. This is weird. Everybody talking about immigrants, but the biggest immigrant right now, nobody's saying nothing about. Fucking Elon Musk. This shit has gotten crazy.
At the beginning, remember?
Mm-hmm.
He said, I have a red button on my desk. I said, I have a red button also, but mine's bigger than yours and mine works.
I liked how you called him Little Rocket Man.
I said, yeah, Little Rocket. I said, Little Rocket Man, you're going to burn in hell. And it was a rough,
Yeah.
oh, so rough that people were worried. This is crazy. And then one day I got a call, sort of like a fight. I got a call. You know, you ever see that pounding, and then all of a sudden, but I got a call. And it was from him, meaning his people. They wanted to meet. They wouldn't meet Obama. He tried to meet. They wouldn't even talk to him about it. And I think he expected to go to war. I actually do. I believe he expected to go. And we checked their nuclear stockpile. It is substantial. I mean, I said, you do anything?
This nigga said we checked that nuclear stockpile. It's substantial.
I got to know him very well. I got to know him better than anybody. And I said, do you ever do
You got to know him better than anybody. All right, cool.
anything else? Why don't you go take it easy and relax? Go to the beach. You'll be
I'm just waiting on anybody to tell me how any of this shit relevant to how, as his slogan say, Trump will fix it. Whatever, you know, the stuff that need to be fixed. How's any of this shit, you know, him coming in on the plane and how handsome all the pilots is and all this bullshit this man been talking about. An hour and 40 minutes that we're into this live and this man had not talked about one policy yet. He briefly went over tariffs, but he got the fuck away from those tariffs real fast.
beautiful beach, nice beachfront property. You know, kiddingly. I said,
Right.
you're always building nuclear. Just relax. You don't have to do it. Let's build some condos on your shoreline. They actually have gorgeous stuff. And he said, I just have to do it because
Oh, you want me to start counting the lies? Shit, he done went through so many, but hell, we can get probably at least 10 right now through the next hour.
I need it for my safety, etc. I got to know him very well. We had no problem with him. If you have a really
First he lying right here. He's saying we ain't got no problem with Kim Jong-un. You know, the one that just sent all the troops over there to help fight for Russia, for all the money we're sending over there to Ukraine to help Ukraine, and he's trying to help. Yeah, we ain't got no problem with him.
the right president, the smart president, you're not going to have a problem. And I say it to people. We have a bigger problem, in my opinion, with the enemy from within. And it drives them crazy when I use that term.
The enemy within. So, and this is why Trump say, if you don't understand history, you're bound to repeat it. You're bound to repeat it. Because if anybody seen a lot of the Hitler speeches, he was always talking about the enemy within. He literally used the same phrase. That's literally what Hitler used to use. And that's why people keep telling you that this man is reminding you of Hitler. And he tells you he want generals like Hitler. He's using phrases that Hitler used. I mean, what the fuck?
But we have an enemy from within. We have people that are really bad people that I really think want to make this country unsuccessful. When you look at what's happening at our border, Joe, when you have people coming in that when other countries are allowed to empty their prisons into our country with murderers, we had 13,099 murderers dropped in our country over the last 3 years.
And 15,000 rapists convicted.
Rapists,
Yeah.
drug dealers, drug lords.
And that's just the ones that have been accounted
terrorists,
for.
Correct. People from mental institutions.
What do you think this strategy?
So where are all these people? We got 30,000, 50,000 people coming in here. All the rapists, they got dropped in here or whatever. If y'all know that they dropped them in here, why ain't y'all flying them out of here? If that's what you're saying. If you knew they were in here, that means they would have been out of here as soon as possible. Are y'all talking about the deporter-in-chief's vice president? You mean the deporter-in-chief's vice president? This shit is crazy, man. And Joe Rogan, how he's throwing extra shit in there. Let that man talk.
Joe, hundreds of thousands of major criminals, tougher and worse than anybody we have.
Well, we're seeing the consequences of it in San Antonio. They've taken over apartment buildings. In Aurora, Colorado, they've taken over apartment buildings. These Venezuelans.
No, he's not in power, but Congress, I mean, Republicans, they've been writing all these crazy ass bills.
Gangs.
Just the beginning.
What do you think the strategy is? You know, one of the things that they've said is that you stopped a bill from being passed. But didn't that bill also include amnesty for the people that are already here?
Now, see, this is what I don't like about Joe Rogan. So this man is asking him about the immigration bill. See, that y'all want to try to skip over. Here's a bill that was written by a Republican. I showed y'all this bill. The bill written by a Republican is agreed upon by all these Republicans, and I even got a Republican telling how they all like the bill, and then Trump told them, nah, don't sign the bill, wait till after the election. I guarantee you, if Trump wins this election, he gonna go back and sign that same bill so it'll make him look good. So you don't want to solve the problem, you just want to have a problem so all y'all can have something to cry about. Y'all don't want no solution to the problem. You want to let this man goddamn manipulate your mind so he can have a issue. Yeah, he'll fix it, all right.
Joe, this is years after the fact. The damage was already done.
But what was the bill?
Well, the bill was nothing.
problem?
It allowed 2 million people in. They were going to get amnesty. It was a horrible bill. It didn't protect us at all.
But we should.
It was a horrible bill. Now remember this. This is a Republican written bill. The bill, well, we'll let Kamala tell you about the bill because she's going to talk about the same bill. She's going to talk about the same bill. She's going to actually talk about what she's going to do towards to help the middle class and the economy. We're still waiting on this man to tell us what he's going to do for black people. We ain't heard nothing about no black people. Not one thing about a black person, but all y'all niggas that come up here, y'all always want to talk about what somebody doing for the black people. Let me get through this real quick, this Trump part. Well, matter of fact, let me let you up real quick, because just in case you can tell me where it is that this man's saying what he going to do for black people, what is he going to do for the middle class people. I want to know what's up with this no tax on overtime, because Kamala definitely told us about that no tax on overtime strategy. And I don't think a lot of y'all, if you wasn't paying attention, if you was only listening to see what about her grandma or some shit, you might ain't hear some important details. So, yeah, let me pin the link.
Just tell people what the strategy is. So one of the things that's been their strategy. One of the things that's been very clear is that they've moved a large percentage of these migrants that are coming across the border illegally. They've moved them to swing states. Like, this is what's going on with Springfield, Ohio, right?
You know what's even funnier? Knowledge power. All the stuff you saying that Trump could do, he had 4 years and he had the House and the Senate. Do you know how hard it is to have the House, the Senate, and the presidency, and I ain't do nothing for black folks? Now explain that, Knowledge. Explain how somebody can have the House, the Senate, and the presidency, but they didn't pass no immigration bill. Explain that. The link now dropped. You got the House, the Senate, and the presidency for 2 years, and you passed no immigration bill. No immigration bill. You passed no infrastructure bill, even though you talked about infrastructure week every week. You never took out that you didn't want people coming into this country getting transgenders and getting sex changes. People going to prison getting sex changes. You had a chance to take that out. You had a chance to take that out. You didn't take it out, but you're talking about it now. Okay, the betterment of the country. For one, the student forgiveness loan. Like I've been talking about that. I'm on that right now. There's plenty of people that, hell, this man, what it was it him? Another man had came up here and told how he got his student loans forgiven. That's one thing, Thaddeus. I'll give you another thing. The infrastructure.
Can you hear me?
Hold on. Yeah, I hear you. Hold on 1 second. Yeah, I hear you. Hold on 1 second. The infrastructure bill. The infrastructure bill. I gotta put your mic on me. The infrastructure bill put money into the construction field. It put money into building roads and a lot of infrastructure right now. This is one of the reasons I'm staying busy as a goddamn sheet metal duct mechanic. I just put together some shit I ain't want to have to goddamn do, which was a prison. But shit, I made $30,000 in the process. I ain't mad that I made money. That helps the economy when you put money back into the economy. Now, I'm still waiting on things that you could tell me that these people have done. And I'm only talking about Biden because it's weird that y'all telling me what Kamala was supposed to do as a vice president, but nobody tell me what Mike Pence did as the vice president. That's weird. Y'all have a different standards for black people than y'all have for white people. Yes, I was working when Trump was in office, but I didn't make as much money as I do now. I make way more money now. I know some people say everybody was making more money when Trump was in office. But let's get through some of this video, though. You want to say something? I don't want to slow down this video because this nigga on here for a whole nother hour, and I want to be fair and play both of them and see if we can and see what both of them are offering. Because what have you heard in this video that you like that Trump offered?
Well, not yet. They have a more like a conversation than an interview. So he hasn't kind of detail on anything that he wants to do. They have fun right now.
I mean, it's an hour and 45 minutes.
No, yeah. You're so biased that you.
I'm not biased, bro. I expect the same thing.
At least admit that you're biased. It's okay to be biased.
Listen, sir. I expect the same thing you expect out of Kamala. I expect out of Trump. So there's no bias when I'm saying you're running for office. We're talking about a week after. The only reason you're going on here so the people can see your positions and your stand and see who you are. But right now you're just talking about a whole bunch of stuff that means nothing. And we as the people want to know what you're going to do to put us in a better position. Because people like yourself, y'all like to tell us how much fucked up shit, or how much Kamala ain't got no plan. So I want to see the plan. I'm not waiting for a bias. I want to really know what it is you offer. So that's why I asked you. Have you seen what it is you offer? And you gotta do something about your thing, bro. Cause you got an echo. That's kind of messing.
I got an echo.
Yeah.
Do I have to turn off my YouTube in the back?
Turn off your YouTube in the background.
How is it now?
Yeah, you good now. No, I still hear it.
You said,
you know what? I know what it might be. It might have been because I'm too close to my mic. Go ahead. Say what you're saying.
Is it still now? Okay, you just said something. Now you said that you make more money than Trump time, right? The question is not how much money you're making; is how much money you're spending compared.
But that's getting in the circle, brother. I'm saying because a lot of people like to say everybody made more money when Trump was president than now. So I'm just saying I'm not one of those people. And my thing is, if we have these issues in the country, can the person, the candidate, address those issues? That's all I'm asking. Is that too much to ask?
He did address those issues. Drilling more. That's one of the things. Decreasing the taxes for businesses. That's things that help the overall economy. You don't think so?
Kamala Harris is 4 more years of Biden administration. That's just like saying Trump will need 4 more years of the Bush administration. Y'all don't want to. different people
No,
because they
but
don't
see,
have
you
the same morals and principles. So don't try to connect Biden to Kamala because that was his vice president. Shit, Biden was Obama's vice president. And shit, Obama took it from what 15-60% unemployment to down to 4. Save the banking industries. Bailed out the banks, bailed out the car industry. A whole bunch of shit. Yeah, y'all niggas the same similar shit that y'all praising. So,
no, the thing is,
hold on. I don't know why I keep getting an echo when I got your mic off mute, so I'm gonna just put you on mute while I'm talking. So I don't get the point. I'm just saying I'm not like a full 100% behind Kamala and all that shit like that. I'm just saying right now, Trump is the worst thing for this country right now. And I never thought that a president could be this important, but the shit that he has planned, nah, I can't get behind. And I don't care if it wasn't, even if it wasn't Kamala, I don't give a fuck who it was. It can't be him because of the type of shit he's on. So this ain't about Kamala. This is about Trump. I am not brainwashed. I'm not fooled about none of this shit. I'm not talking about I'm talking about education. I'm talking about women's rights. I'm talking about the straight up goddamn racism that's right in our goddamn face and everybody trying to ignore. But let me finish playing this because I want to get to the other interview. I don't want to be stuck on this one, the whole for hours.
In swing states, well, that's not a swing state. I'm going to win Ohio by a lot, so that's not a swing. But,
sir, I don't even watch MSNBC or CNN. I read actual bills, sir. I watch the actual person. I listen to the actual person. Y'all need to stop watching all that Fox News because that's all y'all do is bring the same Fox News. Or y'all need to stop watching Kwame first and this Fox News shit because that nigga sit there in front of Fox News and come and tell y'all all that shit and y'all love celebrities. Because that's all this is. If Trump wasn't a celebrity and he was saying this, I believe y'all would see straight through it. But y'all love celebrities. That's the difference.
It's called Springfield, Ohio, to be exact. And
yeah.
Springfield, Ohio is this very nice community.
Now, listen to what this man is saying right now. He's still spreading the same lies about these about Haitian immigrants. And we got black people that are motherfucking agreeing in this shit. Nigga, like your black ass couldn't have got dropped off in Haiti instead of America, and now y'all agreeing with a white man being racist against Haitians? Blaming them for eating goddamn cats and dogs and all that shit, and the lady came out and said, no, I found my cat in the basement. I'm sorry I made that story up. The Haitian wasn't eating my cats and dogs. Then I showed y'all, matter of fact, let me show y'all right now. Showed y'all it was the white man that was eating the motherfucking geese. And y'all still want to blame it on instead of saying you wrong, this man is a bold-faced liar, you still want to try to blame fucking Haitians in this attempt to just be racist. I got a black man that's from another country right here, and you're tagging along with people lying on black people that are not from this country. My brain can't wrap around this shit. It could easily been you.
No, you're putting word in my mouth. Last time I told you that I was not agreeing with that one. It's not because I do not agree with this particular case that I have to disagree with everything. You see, I don't like everything that he says or everything that he does.
Things, though. You're an immigrant.
Okay.
And you got a person you're an immigrant. You got a person that's telling you that you don't even deserve to come over here and have an opportunity. Because these people these people that are going through the same process that you went through.
No. When did he say that I don't have it to come here?
Hold on. If you was just coming here right now, you would be scared out your mind because, nigga, your process would damn near get thrown out the window right now. And that's a fact. But go ahead.
No, that's a lie. That's not a fact what you said. How many, I know some people that came a year or 2 years ago, and they went through. You have millions of people that comes in and gets the paper. That's the lie that you say. Black people, Black African are not discriminated.
Yeah, you wasn't getting, people wasn't saying you was eating cats and dogs, and it wasn't the election year.
Okay. Well, okay, so you've been emotional.
No, I'm being real. You are trying to leave out important details. You're saying black people from where you're from are not being discriminated against. I'm telling you right now, you got people. They're talking about Haitian immigrants are eating cats and dogs, and they're wanting to kick out 20,000+ people and send them back to Haiti because of one man. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not an immigrant. So there's nothing to be emotional about. I just want to make sure you understand without the bullshit.
I understand what you mean, but I don't understand. I do understand. I'm just not being emotional about things. If you go to Haiti, you will see it's not like that's a lie. Now, is it wrong to accuse people to put everybody in that group? Yes, it's wrong.
Man,
but it's not even. It's not like.
Nah, what pisses me off with you guys, because you're talking about in Haiti. We're talking about in the United States. Nobody ate a fucking dog. Why you just can't say that? Why you just can't be clear on that?
No, I say that. I say I don't believe it.
Stop going around in circles talking about in Haiti.
I'm not okay.
If nobody ate a dog, if nobody ate a dog in Springfield, if nobody ate a cat in Springfield, if nobody ate a goose in Springfield, and the guy that's running for the United States president is spreading this lie and having people be racist against these people who are trying to do the same thing that you did. How the fuck are you comfortable with that?
Okay. I don't have to be comfortable with that. I can move past that. That's not the most important thing. Saying that the eating cat and dog is not the most important thing for me or for the United States. We get to focus on little things and letting the big stuff away.
Racism is a little thing.
They don't want to. Okay, what is racism first? Racism. Okay, no. Okay, let's talk about it if you want to talk about it.
Oh my God, go ahead. I'm gonna just let you talk, sir. Go ahead.
Okay, what is racism? I'm asking you a question. What is racism?
All right, bro. I'm about to let you down because you're just trying to slow up my show. I can't even take you.
No, I'm not trying. Okay, so you don't want to have a conversation.
No, sorry. Because now you're just trying to filibuster. What is racism?
Let's say. Okay,
you're just slowing up the show, bro. I'm gonna just play this video.
I believe in discrimination.
I see what y'all Kwame people doing. I get it, man.
Yeah, I'm not even that Kwame person.
I'm gonna just finish on my show, and I'll let you come up when I'm done, bro. Cause now you talking about what is racism and stuff. Now you just
no. Okay, that's the honest question that I'm asking. We can talk about it because I don't believe in racism. I believe in discrimination. Because racism, in my opinion, means that I'm looking up to somebody, and I'm thinking that I'm less than somebody. That is racism to me. Somebody thinks that he's better than me, and I don't believe that anybody is better than me. Now, you can discriminate against me. You don't have to be better than me to discriminate me. That's two different things.
Okay, bro. I'm gonna just go on with the show, bro, because I can't teach about racism and the definition of racism.
See, I'm not asking. That's what I'm saying. I wanted to go on.
If you don't understand what racism is, and
I understand.
You guys come up and talk about black and all this stuff all the time.
No. Did you understand what I just said? I believe in discrimination.
I get what you just said. I listened to exactly what you just said. You said your understanding of racism is when you got to look up to somebody and they look at you like you're under them. I get that, but I'm not about to sit here and go through a whole history class of what actual racism is and all that when I already got a show that I plan on doing some reactions to. So I'm not about to go through all that. That's for another time.
No, because you say that somebody is racist against me. I'm not even. I'm telling you what I believe. I don't have to. I don't have to accept that somebody is racist towards,
I get that, and that's fine.
Okay, and
Why
that's
would
what
I
I'm trying
sit
to
here argue
explain.
with you about your understanding of
I'm not.
racism?
I agree. I was just trying to clarify where my point of view, where I'm coming from. We can talk about racism. That's what I was trying
That
to
ain't,
ask you.
but
The
I get
definition
that.
of
But I'm saying
racism.
this ain't the time. I'm not about to go into a whole circle about
Okay,
racism.
no,
I
no,
just
we don't
wanted to
have
break
to.
down. I just wanted to
I'm not
break down
trying to
this video
filibuster.
and ask the same questions that a lot of you come and ask. You say, "What did she talk about with the economy? What did she say she gonna do for people? All of this stuff." So I'm asking these questions on both sides, but y'all are not asking the questions on both sides. You know what I'm
We
saying?
are asking the question
I
on
can
both
show
sides.
you this woman answering about the economy, what we're gonna do for the middle class, what you're gonna do for black people. This man has not spoke about black people not one time. And nobody's saying nothing about it. Nobody cares. But you care about what the other person say about doing for black people.
Is American and not black people? He's
Okay.
talking about American.
Okay, but you just came up here talking about black people. You can't have
No,
it
I
both
was not.
ways.
No. You started talking about black people. I did not talk about black people.
No, you
What
said,
you mean when I
what
talk
are
about?
these people? Well, my bad. I might have been reading the chat when somebody said, what does Kamala do for black people? That might have been what I read in the chat. But I have heard you when we're talking about what a person do. Y'all always switch it to black people when I talk
No,
about
I didn't.
what's been done.
I did not bring black people when I came up.
Okay, well, a lot of things we were talking about was immigration. Okay. Now,
Yes, we talked about immigration now.
and immigration conversation, I think you're good for. Now, this is an immigration system that's been in place for. It ain't just got put in place during the Biden administration, for one. So we always known it was broken. And two, Trump had the presidency, he had the House of Representatives, and they had the Senate, because all three of those were in the control of the Republican Party for 2 years. They could have put any immigration system in place at that time, and that did not get accomplished. So when people come up and say, well, Kamala been the vice president for 4 years, why they ain't did nothing? Well, why didn't he put an immigration system in place that they already would have had to go by? Since he had all of the all of the Congress. Can I get a straight answer of that?
Can I answer to that? Now, I think you're conflating a lot of things. Trump is more like a Bernie Sanders. Trump is a Republican,
No,
but
sir,
it's not
don't do that.
Okay, I cannot even.
Cause I can't let bullshit like that. You don't compare with Bernie Sanders. There's nowhere near.
Well, I'm not comparing. I'm comparing like a third party type of thing. I'm not comparing like his policies like a Bernie Sanders. Okay, that's fine. I cannot even express what I wanted to say.
No, sir, we ain't doing alternate shit. We're doing. He's a
I'm not
Republican.
doing.
He's running as a Republican.
You didn't let me finish. You didn't even let me finish my thought before you cut me off.
Yeah, because
How you know what I was
that
trying to say?
alternate reality shit. He's a Republican.
I'm not saying that. Okay, what I'm saying is, Washington is a one party. We have the illusion that that's the two party thing. Republican and Democrat, most of them are the same party. If you're not aligned with them, with the system, both going to destroy you. Trump was not completely aligned with them. That's why the Republican, allowed Democrat to impeach him. Trump had the House and the Senate. They couldn't do anything. His own the Senate guy was. I mean, the Republican that was on top of the House was against Trump. It is a system.
The House was controlled by the same people who vouched for him to get into the system.
Not
Senate,
all of not everybody vouched for him.
Let you talk.
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
The House was controlled by Republicans, the same people who helped him get in office. The Senate was controlled by Republicans, the same people who helped him get in there. So he could have got an immigration bill. That's what I said initially. Please stop dancing. He could have got an immigration bill done. Now we're talking about he will fix it. Why didn't he get it done? This is why people don't want to vote for him, because they're saying, sir, you had opportunities to get this done and you didn't get it done. Now you're telling us to give you another chance when there's a lot that's been done since you've left. And it's hurtful to the country.
Now, okay, he had an immigration bill. Now, was it a good one? No. Building the border was part of Trump immigration bill.
It was a great one. It was bipartisan. Everybody agreed to it, but Trump. It was a Republican written bill. What it did is it changed that time from 8 years or whatever you had to go through to a 3-month process. It gave more judges. It gave more border patrol officers. Even the border patrol had a part in putting it together. The only problem was it wouldn't have been no issue like right now that Trump could have talked about if they would have made a deal with that. That would have made Biden look good. Politics is the only thing that stopped that bill. Because I can guarantee you, if Trump got elected, that bill will be signed by him.
Okay, can I respond to that?
Go ahead. My bad. Go ahead.
First of all, because it's the Republican that introduced the bill doesn't mean that it is a good bill. Secondly, the bill that they stopped, most of the Republican or Trump wanted a stand-alone bill for immigration only. The reason why it did not pass is they had a lot of stuff for other stuff. Like I said, the bill was 113 billion. 60 billion alone was going to Ukraine. 20 billion was going to Israel. Only 25 billion out of the 113 billion was going to the immigration. Why do they have to do that? Just create a stand-alone bill for immigration.
Okay.
And if it doesn't pass, if they had a stand-alone bill and it didn't pass, I would have blamed the Republican.
Okay, so Trump. Let me ask you something, sir. Where did you get that information? Can you cite your source?
You can pull up the bill.
Can you cite your source?
Well, go ahead and pull up the bill that they introduced in
pull up the bill. Okay. You're right. All of that was in the bill. Do you know that they still did that? They still sent the money over that. All of that is Homeland Security. So, yes, you would put it all in the Homeland Security bill. The point is, the person that wrote the bill, that's the party that passed it in the House.
But that party
it already had everybody's input on it. It was a bill that's been worked on for the longest. So the only thing wrong with it is one ex-president literally saying out his own mouth, do not pick this bill until after the election. There's no, come on, bro. How can you change what the man out his own mouth is saying? The fucking congressman came up and, do I need to show you the video of the congressman telling Fox News this?
Okay.
It wasn't on MSNBC, it was on Fox News.
Okay, makes the Biden administration look bad. And how come an outsider?
No, it would make them look good. It would make them look good.
No. How come an outsider can dictate what's going on inside your house?
All right, bro. I'm gonna finish my show, bro. I'm not about to do this. Yeah, y'all change the fucking conversation every time. Let's just continue on with the show. I ain't gonna sit here for an hour going around in circles every time. Y'all can't give me a solid. I mean, goddamn. I asked why the man couldn't pass the bill. Why he had the House, the Senate, and the presidency. Very simple. You got all the power. Why can't you pass the same bill that you're complaining about now? That's crazy.
There is a goose killer in Springfield, a white man named Brian. The Texas Observer correspondent, Stephen Monticelli, posted on Twitter that there was indeed an arrest made of someone illegally hunting geese on a Springfield golf course. 64-year-old Brian Comer, a white male. Comer also pleaded guilty.
Oh, hold on, y'all. Hold on. My bad. I ain't got I gotta pull it up. My bad. I thought I had it pulled up. All right, so this is the eating geese part. So I just want to break down this real quick. This is because it just shows that people don't even care that a motherfucker lie about shit that causes destruction and causes hatred and causes bigotry and racism towards people when it's coming from the highest level. But then they act like they give a fuck. I really don't understand what the fuck going on right now.
There is a goose killer in Springfield, a white man named Brian. The Texas Observer correspondent, Stephen Monticelli, posted on Twitter that there was indeed an arrest made of someone illegally hunting geese on a Springfield golf course. 64-year-old Brian Comer, a white male. Comer also pleaded guilty, and paid a $200 fine. The date of the arrest was September 10th. It turns out there is a goose killer in Springfield, a white man named Brian. The Texas Observer correspondent, Stephen Monticelli, posted on Twitter that there was indeed an arrest made of someone illegally hunting geese on a Springfield golf course. 64-year-old Brian Comer, a white male.
Damn. So even when people have the paperwork, when people had a goddamn paperwork, boy, you niggas will still goddamn you niggas will still be racist against your own people. Just cause they ain't get put on this same rock as y'all. I get it, man. Trump will fix it, y'all. He damn sure gonna fix it. He damn sure gonna fix it. He gonna fix that election. That boy gonna fix the hell out that election. I mean, I know Trump gonna win. I mean, shit. Like y'all say, shit, these presidents are selected. They ain't elected. Nah, I'm just playing with y'all, man. That nigga ain't gonna win shit. When it comes to the popular vote, Kamala she about to kind of step on this nigga. He done fucked up. He had a chance until he kind of just did that shit with the Puerto Ricans and shit. Yeah, he had a chance till he just did the shit with the Puerto Ricans. Y'all think cause y'all little bit of black people are cheering for this nigga. Man, please, y'all little bit of black people ain't gonna motherfucking make no difference. Black people don't make difference, period. We ain't got enough people to vote. Even if every black person voted, every single black person could vote for a candidate, and we still won't really make a fucking difference. Only if it's a super, super tight race. Like, we don't, at no more than 20%, because y'all say we ain't 13%, but I know damn well over here in this country, black people are not the majority. You know, so y'all can believe whatever the fuck you want to. It's just the reality of the shit. So all y'all niggas could go vote. All y'all niggas could go vote for Trump. And it will not help his ass if he ain't got the white people to vote for him. And that's who ain't fucking with Trump. Y'all niggas just fucking with him because y'all think it's cool. The white people fuck with Trump. I ain't talking about the backyard goddamn the MAGA and the Nazi type motherfucker. I'm talking about the educated whites. That's why Trump said he liked the uneducated. He said that, not me. Trump said that. He said he liked the uneducated.
Like, this is what's going on with Springfield, Ohio, right?
They're in swing states. Well, that's not a swing state. I'm going to win Ohio by a lot, so that's not a swing. But it's called Springfield, Ohio, to be exact. And Springfield, Ohio is this very nice community of 52,000 people that just had 32,000 migrants that don't speak the language.
But you talking about Haitians right here. Like, this is some racist ass shit. Those folks came over here legally. This some racist ass shit.
Dropped into their community. You can't get into a hospital. You can't get into a school. It's gone from a beautiful little place to a horror show. And the mayor is a nice guy. And the mayor says, we're looking for interpreters. I said, no, you've got to remove them and bring them back to their country. Mostly Haitians in this case. But they speak no language. They speak no
English, man.
In fact, even the language.
So the only problem with these Haitian people is because they don't speak English. It's not that they're criminals. It's not they fucking up something or whatever. You try to say they're eating your dogs and all that shit like that. So the only problem with these people is they don't speak English.
They do speak. They can't get interpreters. They can't do anything. And the mayor's trying to be politically correct. They're all trying to be. In Aurora, Colorado, you have the worst, probably the worst gang. MS-13 might even be, those two are the worst gangs. These are Venezuela gangs. They have taken over apartment complexes, and they're going to want to take over the whole thing. And you have a weak governor, pathetic.
That's crazy. His only argument about these Haitian people is that they Haitian. They ain't did nothing wrong. They came in here legally. They're going through the visa process. They sent them to a city. Hey, I don't know if they chose that city. We don't know the process of how they get to that city, why they sent all of them to that city. You think 20,000 of them wanted to go all the way up to fucking Ohio? All those states they could have went to? No, that's where they fucking sent them to. And all it took was one motherfucking woman in a trailer park to talk about her fucking cat got ate by a Haitian because she already paranoid on some racist shit. Some shit that every one of y'all in America would hate, that somebody lying on your whatever you want to call it, your culture or whatever, just because you're not from this country. And y'all would cheer along and say, yeah, I want to be racist too. This nigga that came up here, in no disrespect, but if you come from another country, but if this person right here was spreading a lie on your people and making people come at you a different type of way, you're telling me I don't get that. Oh, I don't agree with that. Well, why the hell are you championing for this guy? If he makes it hard for people like yourself or people that look like you, and then now you're making excuses for this guy. I don't get that. I'm sorry, y'all. My brain ain't wrapping around it.
That governor, who's a radical left Democrat, he doesn't know what the hell to do. But you have it in many other communities, but they don't like to talk about it because it's bad for the community to talk about it. These people have been let in here by this imbecile. And I mean it. She's a low IQ person. Low IQ.
Right, but it's obviously not just her. There's a strategy that's involved in letting these people in.
She was in charge of the border.
Well, she's in charge of the border, but they utilize that app, the app that used to be.
The app that went in, that Trump put in place. But now, Joe, you're not gonna mention that, huh? You ain't gonna mention that Trump was the one to put the app up. Go ahead.
It used to be used, I think, essentially, wasn't it for shipping? Wasn't it when people were in this country?
It was used for shipping, and now it's used to deal with the cartels. The heads of the cartel, rich people, by the way, these are loaded. These people have so much money. They would call up.
Listen, when I say it don't matter, I'm talking about the percentage. The percentage. That's what I'm talking about. The percentage of it. If we're 13% of the people, hear me out. Let's just say the percentages are right and the numbers are right. If we're 13%, let's just say 14%. And half of our black people can't vote already as it is because because of law reasons, prisons, or just had your rights taken. That's taking away half of that percentage right there. 7% of people. And that's of the economy. That makes 7% right there. And then you take away the black people, the young black people that just don't vote anyway because they just don't know any better. There's another percentage of it. So now all you got is this small percentage of not just black people, of the country. So, I mean, when it comes to the black vote, yeah, as many of us doing it, that matters. But as far as the overall, we're not really making the difference because of the effort that we don't put in, or the effort that we're not eligible for. So, I mean, don't take it as an offensive thing. I'm just saying as a percentage. Once you break it all down of what's left in the actual black people that go and vote, does it move the needle? To be honest, it really ain't moving the needle. All we're doing is finding out a way of separation. And we're finding out the ideas of how people are going along with, either the ideology of taking or giving. Are we comfortable with more people suffering and, taking away rights? It's really a way to see if people are willing to give up more rights. How much rights are you willing to give up? Let's take a toll of it. I'm not worrying about no immigrants. I'm worrying about me being able to have opportunities in America. I'm worrying about me making money. I'm not worrying about immigrants. Hell, they about to make robots. Nigga, put them all them fucking robots. How about Elon Musk go make a whole bunch of fucking robots, and we have robots sit on the motherfucking goddamn on the goddamn border. Since he gonna have robots do all the jobs of the human beings. How about we make sure they make a rule where Elon can't do nothing but use them robots as defend our motherfucking border? How about that? How about that? They got black people worrying about immigrants more than you worrying about your family and taking care of your family, being able to advance in life, being able to evolve, being able to grow your small business. Small business is what builds America. Not hate and worrying about overtime goddamn hours. Shit.
Think of this. They call up the app, and the app tells them where they should take their load of illegal migrants from the Congo. We have a lot from the Congo, prisons in the Congo. I made a little bit of a sarcastic joke. A man named Dana White, who you love, who I love. I assume you love him.
Love that dude.
I think he's in a class by him.
He's probably the reason why you're here.
How many single-family houses?
So I don't know how much shit we supposed to listen to this man talk about anything of importance. Like, hey, this shit crazy. Yeah.
I don't know, maybe.
Everybody just
He's one
to
of
be
the
a
big
fan,
ones.
I guess.
He is the greatest guy.
I love him
I
to
always
death.
say nobody's indispensable. Everybody can be replaced. Maybe you can't be. You might not be. But Dana White, truly, I don't think. The things he sold it for $4 billion. I said, what the hell? Who the hell is going to pay $4 billion? And he's also the greatest guy. He spoke at the whole thing with, I had just been shot, and he got up and he spoke so better than anybody. I mean, who would be better to introduce you? I asked of all the people, and I know this.
That is, it don't matter if it's more people that have a job or own the small business. I'm saying the country is built on small businesses. You could have a job and own a small business. You might have a job now, but you have aspirations of owning a small business in the future. So I mean, there's no point to that. I mean, you're saying that you shouldn't have something available just because there's more people that does one thing and not the other. Yes, everybody's not going to be a business owner or have a small business, but it should be available. You know what I'm saying? There should be an opportunity. That's what America's built on. I never said no tax on overtime is not a good thing. But I'm saying it's not going to work like that. That sounds good until you realize what's really going on. And I'm glad Kamala broke it down. Now we got to look at the bill and actually. Now I looked at the bill. The bill is on the table. That is. Now tell me this: if you understand how the government works, the no tax on overtime, that bill is on the floor right now. Why is it that it's not passed through the House? I'll wait on your answer. The House is controlled by the Republicans. We don't need Trump for no tax on overtime. Because regardless, it's going to have to go through the Senate also. So, but you at least got to pass it through the House first. So, please tell me why they haven't passed the bill.
Biggest people in the world, and they all would have loved to have done it. I said, Dana, would you do it? You know, it was interesting. He was away. And he said to the people that, you know, one of my guys called, he said, I won't be able to do it. I just left with my wife and family. I said, he said, no, yeah. I was a little surprised, even though I knew he was very far away. He was in someplace, you know, and he deserved it with his family, you know, the whole thing. And then I said, all right, and so we're looking who we're going to get. And all of a sudden she comes in, Sir Dana White just said he's going to do it, and he's coming back in tonight. He's taking you know, the guy is just an incredible guy, and he's like a tough.
That ain't how it works, Kate Morgan. You don't have to wait on Trump to pass it. Congress controls the pocketbook, man. The House got to move first. The House got to move first. Pass it. Oh, I agree there, Thaddeus. I definitely agree there. Shit, labor shouldn't be taxed. That just ain't. But that ain't the world we live in, though. We can get all kind of great, hopeful wishing and shit. But I don't like to do all that hopeful wishing shit. I'm talking about the reality.
Champion, but loyal. Yeah, he's got to be one of your favorite people. He's one of my favorite people.
I've been friends with him for 23 years. I love him.
So would you have, because what you're doing here is incredible. I mean, everybody tells me, all I know is today I'm going, you know, you're on Joe Rogan. People tell me, like, I say, how the hell do you know that? But it's sort of, what you've done here is amazing. Where would you be if you didn't do the UFC stuff? Would you have this show, do you think?
Yeah, I would still be doing it for sure. Yeah.
Would it be at the same level?
I don't know.
But you would have.
It's hard to know. I think, you know, one of the things that works for this show.
Y'all, we're not getting anywhere, y'all. But y'all want this woman to say all kind of shit. This is crazy.
Will you always want to do you? First of all, you love UFC.
I love it. Yeah, because they were hemorrhaging money, and I became friends with Dana. And Mike was like, I think DC was purchased by Zuffa, which banned from cable because.
And he never forgot. He was against it, and they could. I said, I never saw anything like this. It suddenly caught on. But you know, Vogue, Dana, they called him. He said he's the greatest guy. There's nobody. They almost pulled the plug a couple of times, right? I will never. And there was a time where it would have been. I'm never doing it. No, he's less controversial now. I mean,
well, now it's huge. Yeah. Well, this was always the thing that I would hope that it would be. I always knew that it was unbelievably.
Right. You can't veto it if it get majority vote. You're right. But if it got voted in, I don't think Biden would veto it. I think Biden would sign the no tax on overtime if they made a bipartisan deal on it, because it would have to go through the Senate, and I believe it will. But shit, the House ain't even vote on it. So that's the thing. That means even the Republicans don't want it like that. I mean, a Republican wrote the bill, but shit, they ain't even passed it on the floor yet. We know how fast they could pass a bill on the floor. That shit been there for the longest. That shit been there since last year, because remember, on my channel, we went over how Alabama passed this bill. And I was like, okay, this ain't a bad bill. Let's see how it works out of Alabama. And then that's when we found out that they already had one on the bill, this same bill that y'all talking about. That y'all acting like you got to wait for Trump to get in to pass.
entertaining, but I just didn't know if maybe I was crazy. Maybe I loved it because I've had this long history of being involved in martial arts, and maybe like other people just think it's too violent. But
can boxing make it?
Yeah, boxing. Well, you know, boxing can return because the thing is, where you fights.
No UFC fighter, they say, has ever died.
Okay, Morgan, if you think this motherfucker here is a strong president, I don't know what the hell you smoking over there. If you think this guy right here equals strong president, man, please.
Died. And it looks to be much more violent than boxing. Many boxers have died. Isn't it interesting? And Dana tells me because they take...
I agree, we need a strong president, but this guy here, I don't think, but we don't need to let this man near those folks. We don't need to let this man near the goddamn money again. He needs to go make a TV show, play the president on TV. I love him the same way y'all do. Biden went on ahead and got out the way. He got old. Trump right behind him, man. This man old, man. Get out the way, bro.
Take so many shots to the face.
Yes, and there's also no other options to preserve yourself, to protect yourself. So if you get hit in a UFC fight, you can clinch. You can try to take the fight to the ground. You have options. Yeah. Also, you don't get allowed to get knocked down and then get back up. When you get knocked down, you're concussed. And generally, you know, if a guy's really hurt, they can be finished on the ground and the fight's over. If it's boxing, you have 10 seconds to get up. You get up, your head kind of clears, but you're still in real bad trouble, and then you can kind of run away and survive until the bell rings. They're only 3-minute rounds, and then you start again. So you're getting repeated punishment to the head. You know, and then there's also the issue of guys weight cutting, you know, which is a problem with the UFC as well. But weight cutting in boxing has led to, if you look at...
Man, we're up here talking about fucking boxing and shit. Man, when the American people gonna find out what we gonna do to benefit us?
Completely hydrate your brain. Will Mancini had a fight with Duck Who Can't. It led to a bunch of different changes.
Look, they should do that again. You know, yeah, in terms of entertainment.
Of attrition. You know, a lot of people think even like those 5-round fights, the 4th and the 5th round, unbelievable.
Greatest of the fighters.
There's a lot are lost. There's certainly...
Is Donald Trump a fighter? Because, I mean, this is why this interview is so long. I need to remind y'all, while he's sitting here talking about these fights and all that shit, he got a crowd of people waiting for him in Michigan. It ain't people first with this man. And when you're supposed to be putting in position a person that's supposed to serve the people, you expect them to serve the people. At least I do. I don't know about the rest of y'all. Nigga don't have people. Don't be having folks out there waiting in the goddamn cold. You already left them folks without bus rides that last time.
A really good argument for that. There's another argument for George St. Pierre. I always leave in B.J. Penn in his prime, Anderson Silva in his prime. You know, Mighty Mouse. People forget about Mighty Mouse because unfortunately he's a smaller guy. He's 125 pounds, flyweight champion. He's one of the greatest expressions.
Hold on, let me get through this video, man. Before I let anybody else. I got you, Tino. You can come back up, but I just want to get through this video because this shit gonna take forever because I just want to make sure everybody see that I at least listen to everything. So if he's saying something about the economy, something that's gonna help, you know, me as an American, me as a small business owner, or anybody that I can help out, like if I need to help my son, if I want my son to start a business, yes, that help with a startup. I think I heard. Well, I ain't even gonna speak for Kamala. I'll let her speak when she speaks on the things that she's implicating. I'm just waiting to hear from both sides. I want to hear what this man is putting for. I've already heard his part about defunding the Department of Education. Okay, I heard a lot of y'all say y'all are fine with the Department of Education being defunded. Hey, that's y'all opinion. You know, you're entitled to it. I don't think it's right, especially not putting Bibles in the schools, especially Bibles that are only Bibles that have a certain regulations where they gotta have the Constitution and all of this stuff. So it's funneling money back to the president. I definitely don't think that's right. Nah. Taking African American studies out of schools, I don't think that's right. You can take gender studies out of schools without taking African American studies out of school. So people trying to use that and trying to allowing these people to link that up just so they could throw away all of the things that, you know, your children is important for your children to know, so that history don't repeat itself. I think that's just I don't know where we at right now. I mean, that's just my opinion. Not just that, we're talking about, this man is talking about putting tariffs on every country. Now, I get the tariffs that's on China. I get it. But see, China is backdooring anyway now. And it's creating a whole new problem because now all China got to do is send their shit to Mexico. And all Mexico got to do is create more warehouses where China could send a whole bunch of screws to Mexico and send a whole bunch of wood to Mexico, and then they make a whole bunch of fucking chairs and tables and shit. Now you could just stamp a label on that and say made in Mexico. So now they got free trade into America. So we just pretty much made a whole bunch of jobs for Mexico. Why Trump is talking about, oh, if we put tariffs on all these people, they just gonna stop, they gonna come back to America. No, they ain't. They gonna fucking import to Mexico. They gonna import to Canada and take advantage of the fucking free trade that we have between Canada and Mexico. And all they have to do is alter the product. So all they got to do is build these big ass fucking warehouses in these other countries like Mexico, right across the border. You know, like how Carrier did, how John Deere did, how a lot of these, IKEA, a lot of these companies did. They go over there, get a whole bunch of shipments of screws and wood and all the assembly pieces, and then they have a warehouse full of motherfuckers assembling that shit. And then they got now exported into the United States, and they don't get charged shit. You just opened up a whole new goddamn hustle for these motherfucking for these people overseas. You can't tariff another country. It's already a deal that's in place. Mexico, Canada, America. They already have a contract up to 2026. And you're saying, oh, Trump gonna say, okay, now you can't come from Mexico even after you done built shit. Man, please. Man, please. Will not happen. He'll bankrupt America. You will bankrupt America. And you will boost Mexico. Because now Mexico will be full of goddamn jobs. Now you're sending all the jobs to Mexico. What the hell? We'll be trying to run over there to Mexico for work. And Mexico like, hell nah, get y'all American ass up out of here. The Mexican, man, please. The Mexican like, get the fuck up out of here, nigga. Don't be trying to come over here for work now. Trying to come over here for work now. Man, all that shit that these folks can send to America that you talking about you can put tariffs on, they could easily send that shit to Canada or send that shit to Mexico. So what you gonna do? Just try to block out everybody's shit when you owe everybody? Because everybody gonna put tariffs on us too. Now we gotta pay, you wanna play this tariff war with everybody in the world knowing we owe, I pulled it up, we owe 40 motherfucking countries. They need an American economy. Like what? We don't make shit. What we make that the world need? What do we make that the world need compared to what do we need that we don't make? Don't let that go over y'all head. What we make that the world need? Only thing that we might make that the world need is motherfucking weapons. That's about all we probably make that the world might need is motherfucking weapons. And I don't even know if we even make the best of those, but yeah, I think that might be about the best shit we might make. But we need to steal and all that from them. We don't sell cars in other countries. Yeah, propaganda. You don't even have to goddamn. You don't even need a motherfucking warehouse for propaganda. Yeah, we spend the most. So you kind of making my point. We spend the most. Hell, what are we making? We don't make nothing that the world needs. The world got everything that we need, though. Shit, everybody gonna start. That's what everybody gonna start doing. Like, man, fuck y'all niggas. Y'all don't want to do business. We just gonna get our business for somebody else. We'll get our corn from Brazil. Yeah. Y'all don't want our corn. Y'all want to tax us the goddamn for us to bring y'all corn. All right, fuck it then. We'll go fuck with goddamn somebody else. Shit, you just gonna open the market up for somebody else, and then you gonna be begging them people to come back. Man, please, this man gonna be dead. Man, this man will not be in office after 4 years, and we gonna be the one paying for that shit. You said the government has sold out all the manufacturing jobs and can't see why the people mad. How you figure that? Do you mean they just added damn near 300,000 manufacturing jobs? We lost all the manufacturing jobs under Trump, and that was before COVID. No, they don't, man. Y'all. Oh man, everybody ain't depending on U.S. money no more. They try. How when this shit deflating like a motherfucker? How when we in $35 trillion deficit? We have no plan on reversing the deficit. We drunk on what we think we got. You said they've been selling us out before Trump. Nah, we can agree there. All right, let me play the rest of this, man. I'm about tired of this video. This nigga ain't talking about
of mixed martial arts I've ever seen. I think to this day.
And Khabib? What about
Khabib's
Khabib?
fantastic. But if you looked at like accomplishments in terms of championship fights, Khabib retired 29-0, but he didn't have as many
probably
world
never
championship
lost a
fights.
round. They say
he might have lost to Gleison Tebow. He might have lost to him.
A round.
Might have lost a round. And that was a controversial fight where people think that Gleison Tebow could have even got the decision in that fight. I'd have to go back and watch it again to make a decision. But
they're great athletes. Huh?
Oh, the best athletes in the world. And the most dangerous sport in terms of like, I always call it high-level problem solving with dire physical consequences.
Yeah, it's just brutal.
That's what fighting is.
You know, I'd never forget. So there was a fighter named James Toney.
Oh, yeah, I love
And
James Toney.
he
Mike
fought
Heavyweight, yeah.
George, a UFC fighter.
Yeah,
He's half the size.
Him. It was,
It
I don't think he knew the fight.
Yeah, that was good.
Yes, unquestionably. Well, but that's we've got so many now. Alex Pereira compete at that. Can't judge them when they're at the very
They stop.
same belief.
Unbeatable.
Same Chris Wright. He was kind of in the same injury. Psychological.
The kicker will do
You soft areas suffice.
Oh, wow.
Baseball bat, they're just
better.
very interested in.
All over you. They're slopping all over you. You're
They
beautiful.
bleed on me.
They're bleeding.
Sometimes their
Does
nose.
that nose?
Yes. Oh, back to you and back to what are you? And first of all, I love this idea of you teaming up with Robert Kennedy.
Right.
And I love this "Make America Healthy Again" idea because.
All right, finally getting back to his job. Okay, so he linked up with Robert Kennedy. The guy that hit the bear, decided to take the bear home because he was gonna skin the bear, and then he decided he had to go eat dinner with the bear in the car, and then he and then what else the motherfucker did? Oh yeah, then he realized that he had to go catch a flight, so he took the bear to Central Park and left the bear out in the park, and nobody knew how the fuck a bear got in the park, and then he ended up telling on himself to Roseanne. So that's how we know this Robert Kennedy guy, not from doing anything great. We know Robert Kennedy from being the bear guy, the dude that left the bear in the park.
Because there are chemicals and ingredients in our food that are illegal in other countries because they've been shown to be toxic. There's pesticides and herbicides, and there's a lot of shit that's been sprayed on our food that really is unnecessary. And there's a lot of health consequences that people are suffering from a lot of these things. And
Look at this chart for you.
Beautiful.
Because I had a feeling you'd be asking me. Look
you.
at this chart. These are healthier countries. Look what the United States is. I'm going to send this to RFK Jr. Look
so
at
this
that.
is something.
So he gonna give a nigga RFK Jr. something a job in the cabinet. I guess on our health. The bear nigga now.
I was actually talking to RFK today, and he told me that more than 70% of young men are ineligible for the military because of their health.
I could see it.
That's
a lot
crazy.
A lot of it's obesity.
So here's the life expectancy versus health expenditure.
Same chart.
Yeah.
Did you see that?
USA.
Wow,
yeah.
That's pretty good.
Jamie's the best.
He's very good.
He's the best.
But no, but look at that. Look at the USA.
It's not good. And
they
that's our
spend all that
food.
money.
That's our diet. That's sedentary lifestyle. That's our diet. That's the chemicals we ingest. That's what that is.
But RFK is going to be very, I think he's a great guy.
I love the fact that you guys teamed up.
Yeah.
And are you completely committed to
It's crazy because RFK was talking mad shit about the motherfucker, and then when he dropped out of the race, he decided, because he tried to get on Kamala's side, but Kamala like, nah, we ain't fucking with you. So he went to Trump's side, man. These niggas ain't shit, boy.
have him a part of your administration?
Oh, I am, but the only thing I want to be a little careful about with him is the environmental, because he doesn't like oil. I love oil and gas. I think
just keep him out of that.
He said we got to be careful with him about the environmental. Yeah, that motherfucker will drop a bear dead in Central Park.
Fire. So I'm going to sort of keep him out of a little. I said, focus on health. Focus. Yeah. You can do whatever you want, but got to be a little bit careful with the liquid gold.
I understand. But listen, there's plenty of good work that could be done if you focus on health.
Here's the one that.
He tell him, he say, I got to be careful with the liquid gold. He telling that nigga that shade is a motherfucker. This shit crazy.
My all-time favorite, though.
What is that?
See the arrow right here? That's what I love.
Do you have anyone?
Can you tell us what's on that arrow? This nigga like here. Look at the arrow right here. Can you look at this shit? This nigga playing.
And if you focus on health,
here's the one that my all-time favorite, though.
What is that?
See the arrow right here? That's what I left.
Do you have anyone that is pressuring you to not work with him?
He said that's the day I left. Yeah, look at that arrow right there. What the fuck is that?
have there been people
that work with who?
RFK Jr.
Yes.
Yes, I would imagine. Because
I would say
the American diet part. What American diet part? He's saying he putting RFK Jr. in control of the American diet. What about it? Can we hear something about it? And you talking about RFK, the nigga that chopped off the goddamn whale head. That's the nigga you're telling us about dieting that's gonna be in charge. Come on now. The nigga that had the bear in the trunk and dumped it in Central Park. No, man. The nigga that tried to get on Kamala team before he got on Trump team and only got on Trump team because Kamala rejected it. That's the nigga. Oh my God. That's the nigga.
I would say that, and I think in many ways they've done a good job, in many ways they've done a bad job. But I would say that the Big Pharma wasn't thrilled when they heard that, I've actually always gotten along very well with him. I've known him a long time. He's a different kind of a guy. He's a very smart, great guy. And he's very sincere about this. I mean, he really is, he thinks we spend a fortune on pesticides and all this stuff, and then you end up with, that chart is a terrible chart, the one previous. It's such a bad chart when you look at where we are compared to other countries that don't spend 10 cents.
Right.
So.
Now, I can agree with him now. We're spending a lot of money and everybody fat as a motherfucker. I mean, maybe you wouldn't want to be promoting McDonald's and shit all the time, but I get it. I agree there. We spend way more money on nutrition and food, I guess. And you can see on that chart that we are one of the least healthiest countries in the world. Now, what are you going to do about that, sir?
Oh, and you save a lot of money. But, yeah, I've had some people that aren't exactly thrilled. You can imagine, right?
Sure.
It's a good question, actually.
Well, certainly if there
it doesn't affect me.
Some pharmaceutical drugs that have been prescribed that have negative consequences that these people have been profiting off of, and then you have a guy like RFK Jr. who spends an enormous amount of time highlighting those things. You could say how they'd be very reluctant to have you support him.
I would say that's an understatement, yes.
Yeah. So what do you do to stop that from getting in the way?
Well, look, they've come up with some amazing things. I mean, I don't know how you feel. I know you're against certain vaccines.
Check this out.
Okay. So, let's see if this man can give us this, solid thoughts.
People had polio. It was like a disaster. And they came up, Dr. Salk, and he came up with a vaccine, and there's no polio. Now, very interesting, there hasn't been polio, but now in the Gaza Strip, can you believe that? Have you heard that? There's been a big strain of polio coming out in the Gaza Strip.
Is it vaccine-derived polio? Because, there's a strain of polio that comes directly from the vaccine.
In the Gaza Strip? Is he talking about? I don't know.
Because unfortunately, sometimes we vaccinate people for polio. You actually give them polio.
I haven't heard that,
yeah.
I mean, all I can do is I sit down and I listen to him, and I'll give it a total. I would love him to be right. because if he's right, it's a lot less expensive generally.
There's two things that people point to when they point to the dangers of the pharmaceutical drug industry. One thing is when pharmaceutical drugs were allowed to advertise on television. We're only one of 2 countries in the world that allow pharmaceutical.
Nah, this the wave there, blacks. You got to understand the wave. I mean the weave. The weave. That's what he called the weave. The master of the weave.
Drugs to advertise on TV. The other one's New Zealand, but they're more restrictive than we are.
But those ads, when you hear take a certain drug,
and then you hear all
and
the
then you say
consequences.
it causes cancer and baldness. We don't like baldness.
Suicidal
and this and that and
ideation.
eyesight, and you can lose your vision.
Yeah.
And I actually asked one of these guys. I would never take. I mean, of course, there's things that are so bad. They go through a whole list. I guess they save some liability, but man, I said, does that affect the purchase? And they say it really does. When there's something you have and you read, and then they go through the list of
side effects,
the potential side. It's not even the potential side effects.
Right.
I mean, a lot of people are just. I asked that question. People hear that. When I hear it, I'm going to take a pass. It says, may affect your vision, may cause blindness, may this.
Yes. Well, I know you're aware of Callan Casey means, right?
Yes.
Well, one of the things that they.
It kind of sound like they're in favor of taking away the regulations that tell you that type of stuff before you buy it. That's a way that people sell you shit, and you don't know what all it does. They just sell you some shit. It's supposed to be handling one thing and got all these side effects. Never know how important that stuff can be until it's you that need it.
They pointed out, and this is a very important thing for people to understand, is what a lot of these drugs do is they act to somehow or another mitigate the effects of poor metabolic health. But most of these problems that these people are suffering from wouldn't exist if we put an emphasis on metabolic health. If people got healthier and started eating nutritious food and taking vitamins, a whole host of these problems that people are having would go away. And the problem.
Now, I can agree somewhat to that, but he's speaking on the point of not, as black people deal with sickle cell, and I know white people deal with probably things that they would probably only deal with, but people that are born with stuff, you can't say that, because they didn't, they wasn't born with, but I agree with that when it comes to I ain't gonna say diabetes, but a lot of sickness that we gain over unhealthy habits over time.
And with that, from the pharmaceutical drug standpoint, is they wouldn't be able to sell drugs to these people. And this is a
and
fear
the
that a lot of people
pesticides
have.
and things like that on the plants. And what do you think of that?
Terrible. Well, I think regenerative agriculture, unfortunately, is very difficult to scale to a point where you got a Jack in the Box on every corner.
Right, that's right.
If everybody wants food, and we have food deserts, and we have places like Los Angeles where no one's growing anything, and everything has to be shipped in, and it's very difficult to feed that many people. We've created this incredible society where we have these enormous cities, but it's very difficult to get food to these people. And then for a lot of these people in low-income areas, the only food that's available is cheap, unhealthy food.
That's right.
And we could fix.
And that's definitely right, and we can definitely fix that, and that's what we definitely need to know of how to fix that, or some kind of plan to fix that.
That's if we could send $175 billion to Ukraine, we could do something to fix a lot of the health problems that the United States has.
Now here's where I'm agreeing at. I agree with this, but how? Especially if you have the power.
And I think it would help us as a nation overall. If you just put it out there that, hey, as a nation, we're going to make a concerted effort to get people healthier. Just put it out there, and people start making better choices.
Well, when you look at that chart,
it's crazy.
They just gave me that chart because they said you may want to discuss this topic, which I know is a big topic for you. And when I looked at that chart and I looked at how unhealthy we are as a nation, that's a pretty big thing.
How are you so healthy?
You just realized that? Like, he said that, they say they're going to want to talk to you about this. So, what I'm saying, this is, if you need to know that this shit was rehearsed here, Trump will tell you himself. Yeah, they might going to ask you about this. Yeah, they're going to, we're going to have a chart ready for you. Who the fuck has a chart ready? And the only thing he's trying to point to is that little red marker. This shit amazing.
Making better choices.
Well, when you look at that chart,
it's crazy.
They just gave me that chart because they said you may want to discuss this topic, which I know is a big topic for you. And when I looked at that chart and I looked at how unhealthy we are as a nation, that's a pretty big thing.
How are you so healthy?
Are you tired of flipping houses?
Man, that's the wrong time for that commercial to come on right now. Did this nigga just ask Trump how is he so healthy? Hold on.
That chart and I looked at how unhealthy we are as a nation. That's a pretty big thing.
How are you so healthy? Is it golf?
No, it's genetics. I believe. I'm a big
genetics
believer.
is a big factor.
I really am. I mean,
Genetics, y'all. I get it. I bet some of y'all niggas in this chat got some of them genetics.
Father was.
Unfortunately, it is a big factor for health. Some people are just way more robust. But you do play golf a lot, and that is exercise.
Both of my parents. For me, it's good.
Fresh air.
It really is. It's fresh air. You're outside. Even mentally, you're focused on that 3-footer. And for a couple of hours, you're not. And I go quick. I play fast, real fast, and I'm in, I'm out. But it gives me. I was never one that could like run on a treadmill. And I can do it. When passing a physical, they asked me to run on a treadmill, and then they make it steeper and steeper and steeper. And the doctor said it was at Walter Reed. They said, "It's unbelievable." I could have gone. I'm telling you, I felt I could have gone.
So knowledge. You telling me where the lies at? Now you telling me this nigga he ain't lying right now? This man lying right now. Come on now. You say where the lies at. Because y'all say all Kamala was doing was just lying about her birthday, wherever, wherever her grandma or whoever. This man just lying right now. He ain't on no damn treadmill, going up no treadmill, and the doctor talking about, oh, it's just amazing here. Everything's amazing. Yeah, man, this shit here crazy.
All day. But I said, Doc, I can do this all day long.
What's good having himself?
I have no problem. But it's boring to me. Do you understand?
Right.
It's just boring.
Golf's exciting.
But I did it for so long. They couldn't believe.
Salute, Tony 52. And he said he gets bored walking on the treadmill. No, nigga, you get tired.
Unbelievable. I could have gone. I'm telling you, I felt I could have gone all day. But I said, Doc, I can do this all day long. I have no problem. But it's boring to me. Do you understand?
Right.
It's just boring.
Golf's exciting.
But I did it for so long. They couldn't believe it that I did it. And I never did. I don't do it. I don't really, I have friends that run in this stuff all day long. But I had no problem doing it. But it's really boring. So with golf or something, or tennis or whatever.
Right.
But golf, as you get older, there's something really good about it. And you have competition with your friends.
Concentration, focus.
And it's a great handicap sport.
And it's also a thing, I think, it cleans your mind, because when you're looking at a shot, that's all you can think of when you're executing.
It gives you a couple of hours. It's interesting. Like with tennis, if you're much better than somebody, you can't really play with somebody. It doesn't work. You can give them sort of the equivalent of strokes, right? Mm-hmm. It's not this. With golf, you can play with a lousy guy and give him a stroke a hole or 2 strokes a hole or something. It's a good handicapping sport.
Right.
But
Yo, that 3 hours, man, we can't get like no kind of idea of what the economy gonna look like.
Yes.
The pro. He's a great player. And we played, it was a certain thing that we played, I guess called Breaking 50, crazy thing. I think I did, maybe I did. To me, it's such a big deal. It's so important. So you're down to 2 people, but you get down to 350. It's the biggest thing in the world. Day off in 56 days. That's a long time. It's great, but this is too exciting. This is more exciting than anything.
All right, so listen up. Stay farm.
Yeah, man, I'm gonna skip through this shit if he ain't talking about nothing, some ideas, man. Because I got to hold them at the same standard that y'all hold the other candidate. Well, that I hold the other candidate also. That's how I choose who I will put my support behind as far as that term, or who do I feel like is best for the direction we need to go as a country.
And think of it. So I think I've gone 54, 55 days in a row, no days off. And I make speeches oftentimes, sometimes not, but I make speeches. And when you make a speech, and my speeches last a long time because of the weave, I weave stories into it. And if you just read a teleprompter, nobody's going to be very excited. You got to weave it out. So,
got to weave it out.
But you always have to, as you say, you always have to get right back to it.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's no good. But the weave is very, very important. Very few weavers around. But it's a big strain on your, it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. You got to be careful with the voice. You can lose that voice. The voice wasn't designed. I said today, so I made a big one last night. I was in Las Vegas. A big one the night before in Arizona. Big one. They're all big. There's never been anything like it in terms of crowd. Never been close. Never been close. They say.
Man, what the hell? What are we talking about? What are we talking about? Salute Dad Black.
He talks about crowds. Says, it's very interesting. So we get crowds that are really big. And I say, I've never had a story, because I don't get good press. I don't think I've had a good story in years. I really don't. I swear, I don't think you were talking about it a little bit with Oprah. Everybody loved me. I don't think, I became president of the United States. I did great the second time. I did much better. I don't want to get you in any disputes, but I won that second election so easy, and not just because.
But
of
let me get to that. I want to talk to you about
here's
that.
the thing: I did that, and now I've gotten the nomination again. And don't forget, to get these nominations, you go against very smart people. Ron DeSantis was hot, got to go through him. Nikki Haley was hot, got to go through her. I went through everybody. Record time, right? Record time. I got 3 nominations in a row.
I think this nigga be on Adderall, man. I ain't lying.
Won the first time, did much better the second time. You know, I get millions of votes more the second.
I'm talking about absolutely nothing, but we had to do 2 parts of this shit. And like we're damn near done, but I wanted to be fair and listening to both him and listening to both her, where they can sit down in front of a podcast, and I felt like they went into, you know, somewhere where I thought that Joe Rogan would have asked some hardball questions without making Trump feel offended. But it's like he assisted him the whole damn show and gave him some softball questions. He still hasn't went somewhere like how Kamala went to Fox News, had to deal with this dude talking over her and all that, and she still sat down and dealt with somebody that she know isn't in her favor. Now I can respect that. He didn't do that. He only wants to go in front of people that's gonna, you know, lead them and, you know, talk, go in favor and all that. Nah, we don't always want to see that. Go into the lion's den.
And now I'm doing it a 3rd time. And it's an incredible thing. I never get a good story. I only get bad press. Now, I will say this. It's a lot easier if you're a Democrat. If I were a Democrat,
you get a lot of positive press.
I would get a lot of positive press.
No, it's a creepy, corrupt business. And the media, to a large extent, acts as a propaganda arm for the Democratic Party.
It's not even believable.
Yeah, it's bizarre to watch. And most young people, I think, are aware of it. I think most boomers still, unfortunately, read the newspapers and believe in CNN.
But it's getting younger. Let me tell you, it's getting, for us, for a conservative.
Yes.
And you know, I consider myself a person.
It's the internet. It's because the internet's giving people information that they're not getting from anywhere else. And they like the very fine people hoax, the Russiagate hoax, all these different things that they've done. They try to pin on you. That's like, it's a clear distortion of what you actually said.
The bloodbath hoax.
Yeah,
I was talking about the auto industry.
Yes.
It's a bloodbath because Japan and China are taking our auto. And I said, it's a bloodbath. They said, oh, he used the word bloodbath.
You said if you don't win, it's going to be a bloodbath.
That's
right.
They're
going to take over.
It's a terrible thing they do.
But that's the problem.
Ashley said, why don't I talk about Kamala locking up black men? Well, Kamala was a attorney general. She was the DA for most of her life. So there's going to be a variety of people who commit crimes. You know, she don't just go. She's not the police where she go around arresting people. She deal with the cases that are come on her desk as a servant of the people. If somebody come and kill your child or anything, you know, God forbid or whatever, no type of, you know, bad saying, but I'm saying, and the killer gets caught, whether that killer is black, white, purple, or brown, or at least the suspect, because sometimes, hey, the police get it wrong. They bring in the wrong suspect. So you're going off of what you found or whatever, and your job is to get that conviction. I mean, I don't understand how people don't understand how that works. But how does that not make her qualified for a position of the presidency?
With propagandists, because they take things out of context, and ultimately what they do is they diminish their own credibility because people don't want to listen to them anymore because they see that they've done that and they recognize what's going on and they feel insulted. Their intelligence is
well, look at
insulted.
the ratings.
Yes.
You know, shows like yours. So I have a son who's very smart and tall, Barron, right? And he knows all about you. He knows about guys I never heard of. He said, Dad, you don't know how big they are. They're big. You know, how big. I said, who the hell is he? Like Ross. I did. He said, Dad, he's a great guy. I mean, guys that are doing. It's a whole new world out there.
It's a different world. And
but, you know, I'm on TikTok now.
Congratulations.
And I've done really well. No, but you know the crazy. Have you seen the?
He's telling him he don't even know who the fuck he is. His son had to tell him.
Numbers, billions of hits. It's crazy.
I'm sure. TikTok's a wild application.
And I've gone up 30 points. A Republican is always down 30 with young people. I'm plus 30.
I predict every.
Yeah, that's crazy. People want to criticize the person with 32 felonies and talk about the person that doesn't have a, you know, that doesn't have a real stain on her. I mean, you can have your criticism of her, but you know, as far as scandals,
Young people are rejecting a lot of this woke bullshit.
Yeah,
Young people are tired of being yelled at and scolded. They're tired of these people that they think are mentally ill telling them what the moral standards of society should be today. People are upset.
There's a big difference now, but even in just a couple of years, I was shaking hands with people. They're young people.
The rebels are Republicans now. They're like, you want to be a rebel, you want to be punk rock, you want to like buck the system. You're a conservative now. That's how crazy. And then the liberals are now pro silencing criticism. They're pro censorship online. They're talking about regulating free speech and that.
I don't know about that, but I do think it's I don't know if it's the new punk rock and all that shit like that. I don't know who they're referring to.
Regulating the First Amendment. It's bananas to watch.
Joe, they come after their political opponent.
Well,
I got more guys. I always say, you know, I kid, but I'm not kidding. I've been investigated more than Alphonse Capone. He was the meanest of them all. He'd kill you in 2 seconds if he didn't like you, right? I've been under investigation more than Alphonse Capone.
Yeah, that's because you've been fucking with a lot of goddamn gangsters around New York. And that shit look cool to everybody. And, you know, y'all might think that shit cool or whatever. The FBI been investigating this nigga for years. He just happened to get in the highest fucking position and get and dismantle the whole FBI. Now that shit might be cool to y'all until you the victim.
Only because it's political opponent stuff. And I won the big case in Florida. I'm winning the other stuff. You win. But you know what they did? They did something that's only done in third world countries. They came after their political opponent.
Yes.
I could have put crooked Hillary in jail.
Well, not only that, but they're weaponizing it by saying that that's what you're.
I mean, he ran on putting Hillary in jail. He ran on having the whole world thinking he was going to put Hillary in jail. Did he not?
We're going to do once you get in office by ignoring what they're doing right now. It's crazy.
I heard it. Somebody was defending me today. They said, no, they say that's what you're doing to him. They're going, he's going to put us in jail. He's going to invest. They said, that's what you're doing to him.
Yeah.
A lot of people say, will you do that? Will you do that to him? To them if you win? You know, the presidency has tremendous power. I could have put crooked Hillary
I respected that you didn't because what you said was it would be bad for the country.
No, I couldn't even imagine. You have, first of all, Secretary of State, but more importantly, the wife of the President of the United States of America going into jail. And if you ever saw when I'd say something about her, they'd all say, I didn't say it. I never said it. They say, lock her up, lock her. And I'd always go, take it easy, just relax. We're going to win this thing. Take it easy, take it easy. And I'm telling you.
This nigga saying he never said lock her up. We gonna have to, man, please. I get, where did all them people get that shit from then? If he never said lock her up.
I kept it down, just the opposite. Now they say, oh, Trump wanted to put her in jail. No, I saved her from going to jail. They had more stuff on her. And Comey had it, because when Comey got up, and he stupidly, because he's a stupid guy too, he goes, he's a stupid son of a bitch. He got up, Joe, he got up, and instead
disrespecting the FBI.
Instead of saying she's innocent of all charges, he went over each charge, and each charge was a killer. And he'd go, and as far as her doing this, she's innocent. And this, and then she's only an unfair prosecutor for it. We go, but every time you heard these charges, they sounded so bad. They were bad. And all it was is he wanted more airtime. If he would have gone up and said, I've thoroughly investigated Hillary Clinton and she's done nothing that we feel is wrong, it would have ended. Instead, he wanted to be up there because he's a PR head.
Man, this is the white Kwame Brown.
He's a hog. And he starts going through and you know what he had? They had a huge problem because FBI is great. The people there, not the top people, the people, the real people, the people that work there. It's like the real generals that I told you about that defeated ISIS in record time. The FBI guys are great. I'll bet you I'd be at 95% in the FBI.
I bet that's right.
Underneath.
Yeah.
And so here's the thing. So he goes with Hillary, and instead of just saying, he goes through each charge.
Right.
And even I was saying, man, those are bad charges.
Sounds terrible because
this is before I got
those charges.
Don't forget, this is before I got there.
Right.
Now, he was trying to protect her, but he did her a great disservice.
Because he wanted attention.
He was stupid.
So I want to talk about 2020 because you said over and
See, he got to discredit dude because they had a investigation already out when he came in to office. And he found out about that.
and over again that you were robbed in 2020.
Yeah, totally.
How do you think you were robbed? Everybody always cuts you off. I'm going to allow.
Well, they not only cut you off. Well, what I'd rather do is we'll do it another time, and I would bring in papers that you would not.
Oh, hell nah. How we gonna do it another time, nigga? You done been here 3 hours. You got an opportunity to tell how you was robbed, and this is what he say.
Over and over again that you were robbed in 2020.
Yeah, totally.
How do you think you were robbed? Everybody always cuts you off. I'm going to allow...
Well, they not only cut you off. Well, what I'd rather do is we'll do it another time, and I would bring in papers that you would not believe, so many different papers. That election was so crooked. It was the most crooked election.
Okay, but give me some examples of how.
Well, let's start with the top and the easy ones.
Okay.
They were supposed to get legislative approval to do the things they did, and they didn't get it. In many cases, they didn't get it.
What things?
Why don't you own apartment?
Yeah, what things?
They made
approval
like for extensions of the voting, for voting earlier, for this,
Right.
all different things. By law, they had to get legislative approvals. You don't have to go any further than that.
Extension of the votings? Huh? Did he just say extensions of the votings? And you ain't got to go any further than that. What the fuck? What? These are... Wow. Extensions of the votings. Hold on, let me make sure I heard that right.
That election was so crooked. It was the most crooked election.
Okay, but give me some examples of how.
Well, let's start with the top and the easy ones.
Okay.
They were supposed to get legislative approval to do the things they did, and they didn't get it. In many cases, they didn't get it.
What things?
Anything.
Legislative approval
like
of...
for extensions of the voting, for voting earlier, for this,
Right.
all different things. By law, they had to get legislative approvals. You don't have to go any further than that. If you take a look at Wisconsin, they virtually admitted that the election was rigged, robbed, and stolen. They wouldn't give access in certain areas to the ballots because the ballots weren't signed. They weren't originals. We could go into this stuff. We could go into the ballots, or we could go into the overall. I'll give you another one.
Are you going to present this ever? Like...
Yes, I'm sure, bitch.
Oh, shit. Are you ever going to present this shit? Are you ever going to show any evidence of this shit? I mean, you've been saying this shit for 4 years. Over 60 judges looked at the same shit you keep saying. And most of those judges were judges that you put there. Wow. And y'all talking about Kamala was sitting around lying? What was that about? Oh, Kamala sitting around lying about lying and lying and lying? What the fuck y'all call this right here? This is bold-faced lying. God damn, 60 judges?
What do you think? Like
Let me just give you one more before. 51 intelligence agents come up that the laptop was from Russia. It turned out to be totally false.
51 intelligence agencies said that this laptop is and he said come out to be false. Get the fuck out of here. $51. Wow, man. She the lie, but this man sitting here, man, wow.
Certain areas to the ballots because the ballots weren't signed. They weren't originals. We could go into this stuff. We could go into the ballots, or we could go into the overall. I'll give you another one.
Are you going to present this ever? Like, do you think? Like,
let me just give you one more before. 51 intelligence agents come up that the laptop was from Russia. It turned out to be totally false.
51 former intelligence agents, right?
They say that made, I don't believe it's this much, but it doesn't matter. I lost by I didn't lose, but they say I lost, Joe, they say I lost by 22,000 votes. That's like 1/10 of 1%, less than that. It's a tiny little thing. 22,000 votes spread over, that's spread over this period. So 51 intelligence agents lied. They lied. They lied. They knew it was. It was Hunter's. It was from his bed. It was Hunter's laptop. They said it was created by Russia. Russia. It was the Russia hoax. The Russia hoax was a big hoax. It was all a big hoax. So
well, that's clear. That's one example. That is a good example.
Wow.
They say it made a 17-point difference. That's a big example, but that's only one. And you could go into the ballots where they wouldn't give you access to the ballots. You could go into the ballot harvesting. You could go into $500 million for the lockboxes.
But just in terms of narrative, so there's two things, right? There's the Russia hoax. There's the collusion with Russia that was never proven, right? That's one.
Well, no, it was proven it didn't happen.
Right.
Yeah.
But they talked about it on television.
But it took 2.5 years to prove.
But not only that, but it was a constant narrative on television. So
Sure.
that's a constant narrative that gets into people's minds, especially low information people that just watch the news,
Sure.
that you're in collusion with Russia. So that's one.
Sure.
So that changes the narrative. And then you have the 51 former intelligence agents.
So, never mind. I ain't gonna try to even explain that. That's old news.
That work with the original Twitter and get them to.
Because we all know there was way more to that than, but I get it. He only got Trump for a certain amount of time. So you got to slice through a whole bunch of the bullshit, small shit. And I think Joe is trying to get to some important points, but, Trump liked to do the weave, even for 3 hours.
Remove links. You can't share it on DMs. You cannot share that story. They swept that story because they said it was Russian disinformation, even though they knew it was not.
100%.
So that's two examples that are real examples. Now, anyone who considers himself a legitimate, objective observer of American politics, if you really want the best person to win, you would want people to not lie. And the only reason why they got away with this lie was because they continually labeled you as this horrible threat to democracy and Hitler. Yeah. They kept saying you're going to be a dictator, ignoring the fact that you weren't a dictator for the 4 years where you were actually the president.
I was actually the opposite of a dictator. I was a very straight guy. But look, those three things, you take those three things, each one of them by themselves causes the result to be different. Okay?
It does.
And then you can go into 100 other things. There's so many. We can't have corrupt elections, and we can't have open borders. You need to have a country. You need borders. You need fair elections. And I'll tell you the other thing you need is you need a free and fair press. One of the things I like about doing a show like this, can you imagine Kamala doing this show?
I could imagine her doing this show.
She'd be laying on the floor.
She was supposed to do it, and she might still do it, and I hope she does.
She's not going to
I will talk to her like a human being. I will try to have a conversation with her.
If she did this kind of an interview with you.
You said I would talk to her like a human being. I mean, I would have been like, God damn. What you mean, nigga? You think I'm something else? I see why the woman ain't want to come up there.
I hope she does, because it would be a mess. She'd be laying on the floor comatose. You'd be saying, call in the medics.
I think we'd have a fine conversation. I think I'd be able to talk to her. I wouldn't try to interview her. I just try to have a conversation with her and hopefully get to know her as a human being. That was my goal, having her on, trying to get her to express herself just as I don't know if I don't think these formats are good. I don't think that two people, first of all, I hate the idea of the presidential debates because I hate the idea of a time limitation on complex ideas. Also, you have to break.
I think you have to have the debates, though.
Right, but the way they do the debates, I think, is the wrong way to do it. I think they should have a conversation. I think you and Kamala, you sit across a table with no one in the room but the two of you. Of course, you're not going to shout at each other. Of course, you're not going to insult each other.
I mean, it may get. They used to do it.
Hopefully, it wouldn't, but that would be the way to do it.
They used to do it that way.
To put cameras on you with no.
Do you really hear this nigga? He'd rather just start shouting at it. Like, they used to do it that way. I want to go back the old way. Hell nah, fuck that. I ain't gonna have no goddamn conversation.
When interfering with press, with checking whether or not it's factual, especially when it's biased.
No fact checking. Just just say whatever the fuck. You know what I'm saying? Who the fuck needs facts when we just throw out whatever the fuck we feel like? Man.
Because they checked you all those times and they didn't check her with clearly things that were inaccurate, right? So have two people just have a conversation with each other without a time constraint. And also this idea they cut off the microphone.
Well, no crowd.
No crowd. Crazy too, because you're good at working a crowd.
I would rather have a crowd.
Of course you would. You're good at crowds.
But I had no. So they gave me an alternative. I don't think he wanted to debate.
Why did they want no crowd?
Because I think they thought I wasn't going to accept it. So I believe what they wanted to do is have me not accept. So they gave me a deal I couldn't refuse. And I said, I'll do it. Okay. It's like the mob.
Right.
I'll take it. So they came to me. They said, we'll debate Joe Biden. That thing got tremendous ratings too. That was crazy. But we'll debate Joe Biden, but you can't have a crowd. They also wanted sitting down. I said, that's the only thing. I said, look, you got to stand up. You can't really sit down.
Right.
In the old days they did sit down a little bit, but
he gets tired.
You got to stand up. And they agreed to it. It was a very tough thing. It almost killed it. They wanted to have like desks. We said. I said, I think we should stand up. And that was the only thing I asked for. I said, we got to stand up. I thought it looked bad for like the public.
All right, so we're finding out how the debate went with him and Biden. Still ain't finding out nothing about the economy.
But they said no crowd and cut off the mic. And I said, I can live with it. I can live with it. And they thought I was going to reject it. And then they would say he didn't want to debate Sleepy Joe.
Right.
That's what they thought was going to
Well, they tried to say that with you and Kamala as well. They tried to say that you didn't want to debate her as well.
No, but by the way, with her, number one, I'm leading. Number two, I didn't. They also said it with the primary. So I had.
You said number one, I'm leading. So since he leading, he don't gotta do a debate with her.
like 10, 12 guys, right, in the primary. No stupid guys. I mean, they're governors and they're senators. They're not stupid people. Some are stupid, but not all of them. And all my guys said, you have to be in the debate. I said, why? I'm leading by 74 points. The closest guy to me, I'm like 60 points, 70 points higher. Why would I stand there like an idiot for 2 hours and let every one of them scream at me? I'm going to be the focus. What?
Right.
And I said, I'm not debating. And it was a very smart thing because, they just killed themselves.
The Republican primaries.
Yeah, the Republican primaries. I like debating. I think you have to debate. But
why he ain't talking about why you ain't come back for that second debate, motherfucker? Boy, that boy, he doing the weave.
I like debating like the Rosie O'Donnell debate. I like debating when you have a great. Remember the Rosie O'Donnell?
Yeah, that's very funny. Megan
crazy
Kelly.
thing, Megan. That was a hell of a question, man. If I didn't come up with that answer,
it was a great line.
Well, what it was is, we had 28,000 people. That was the Cleveland Arena where the Cavaliers played.
Right.
LeBron James. I'm not a big fan of LeBron James, but he is a good basketball player. But that was and when I said that, the place went crazy. And she kept talking. No, she had like 10 other.
Yeah, well, Megan said you said it to other people and you admitted you did, but it was funny. It was a comedic timing moment.
It was fun.
That's what they wanted to avoid.
It was lucky I did it because she was drowned. She wasn't finished that question, but she kept talking, but you couldn't hear. To this day, they don't know what she said, but it wasn't positive. So anyway, but we had a good time.
It's comedic timing, and that's the reason why to have a debate in front of a large audience. And then
how did I do with the Al Smith dinner? I got very good reviews on that.
That was great. It was very funny. It was very funny stuff. The Tim Walz stuff was very funny. It's funny.
That's a real beauty.
That's a crazy one. She said that she had picked him, and this is one of the questions I want to ask her, when she was sleep deprived. She said she was suffering from sleep deprivation when she picked him, which is just like, hey, maybe take a nap.
So I was.
But see, and why would you figure that she would come on here and y'all ain't even talking about nothing serious? I would have definitely canceled this shit.
Okay, look, let's see how it all turns out. I think we're going to win. I think we're way ahead now. I think we're way ahead. But
Can I bring you back to
if they
2020?
lose, I think they're going to look at two things. They're going to say they should have had a primary, even if it was a short primary.
Yes.
They shouldn't have picked her. And then she's going to say I shouldn't have picked this guy.
She shouldn't have picked that guy.
That guy's
just
a disaster.
the lying about Tiananmen Square.
Everything.
The military record, assistant coach versus head coach. Yes.
Little thing. So I did McDonald's last week.
I saw that.
And I actually got a call.
All right, y'all. I mean, should I keep going? 2 hours and 30 minutes. I don't think the nigga gonna ever talk about nothing that concerns this country. And y'all like to say, oh, all she did is complain about Trump. But what is he doing right now? He's complaining about Kamala, right? Is that fair? We expect a woman to complain, but what's his excuse? He's complaining about Kamala. He's complaining about Tim Walz. He ain't talking about nothing he gonna do. All he's been talking about is what somebody else did so bad.
Call from your friends at Google, from Sundar. That's pretty good, right? He said, this is the biggest thing we've had in years.
At McDonald's?
At McDonald's. Did you know that? It was one of the...
It was funny.
Who's a great guy, by the way. But he said, this McDonald's thing, I want to tell you, it's one of the biggest things we've ever had on Google. It just hit. But the reason I did, and I actually, you never know about this stuff. I thought it was a throwaway. Mm-hmm. I didn't think our conversation was a throwaway, but I thought I'd walk in, and that was only to highlight the fact. And I have a friend, he owns like 56 of these McDonald's, and he said, do you want to use one? I said, yeah, I love it. So we went there, and the crowd was crazy.
So he's telling on this stuff, y'all. He's telling y'all that he had a plug on a McDonald's, and he, you know what I'm saying, that's why he was able to get the McDonald's closed down to get actors and shit. They go, like, come on, man. Come on, man. And this motherfucker be telling on himself.
They had 28,000 people around it. The whole thing. Did you see the outside? It was crazy. The cars couldn't get through. Secret Service was not exactly thrilled. We had no idea what the hell. But I went into the...
Oh, my fault. I forgot that I'm Donald Trump now, so I gotta make you believe me. But believe me, yeah. Believe me.
Place, and I did the French fry thing. And it just hit. But that's like in life. Sometimes you do. I thought it was like a quick throwaway. We're going to be there for 15 minutes. Then I said, I've worked here for 15 minutes, which is 15 minutes more than she worked here. She lied about McDonald's. And
is that proven that she never worked at McDonald's?
McDonald's has no information. No, she has no information. There's nobody. The manager said she never worked there. It was a certain place, and he said they never. No, she lied.
The manager said she never worked there. So you went and got a manager from way back, man. Y'all need to stop that, man. And y'all really eating up. So she lied about a fucking McDonald's job. Like, come on, man. That woman been that woman been the DA, the Attorney General, and the Vice President, and a senator. And you talking about McDonald's? Get the fuck out of here.
She's a liar. You know what they do? They'll say, like, on any one of the questions, they'll say, it's the exact opposite of what I say. IVF. He's against IVF, the fertilization.
Right.
And it's the exact opposite. I came out immediately strongly in favor. And they do ads. I'm against it. It's wrong. On every single topic. And, you know, she changed policies on 15. I've never seen anybody change on more than one. You know, you can maybe get away with one. Her whole life, fracking, every single thing that she was for, the confiscation of guns. She wants to confiscate. Now she's saying everybody should have a gun. In fact, we're going to get her a MAGA cap. I'm going to send her a MAGA cap. But she's changed, and I don't think people are buying it. I don't think.
Well, you changed from being a Democrat to being a Republican. Yeah, you changed from being supportive of the same bill that Joe Biden wrote. You changed from being for that bill to now you against Joe Biden. I mean, come on. You done changed all those people in your cabinet.
I think people are buying it.
Well, some people are buying it because they want to buy it because it's blue no matter who. There's a certain percentage of our population that's going to vote Democrat no matter what.
That's
and
true.
They're pressured. There's their community, their ideology. It's
you know,
left
I don't
is
understand
good, right is evil.
I don't understand why. Okay, you have a wall, or you have a. You know, I built 570 miles of wall. Everyone said I built a lot of wall. Exactly the stuff, but you have a border.
Not true. More like 50 miles. 50 miles. You can go research it yourself. Now, he repaired some of the old wall because y'all got to know that we already got wall. It's just we still need a lot more wall.
What I don't understand is who would want people to come into our country from places unknown, like sometimes they'll say about a fighter, from parts unknown, right? Remember Haystacks Calhoun, from parts, he says from parts unknown, the old days, those are the old days, that's even before you. But who would want people to come in, pouring into our country? We don't know anything about it.
But I want to ask you this. Why do you think they're doing that?
I think because...
Do you think they're trying to buy votes? Do you think they just want cheap labor? Like, what's the idea?
There's a couple of theories. They hate our country, they're stupid, or they want to buy votes. It's one of those three things.
Yeah.
They want it. Now, they are trying to get people registered who, you know, don't even know what the country is.
And they're trying to get...
So, damn, that's what he think about anybody trying to come to this country.
People amnesty, people that live here, they're trying to give them
citizenship. They want to give them citizenship, and they want to... Well, how about what happened...
If you think about the amount of money that they've given them when they've come here, the food stamps, the benefits that even our poor people aren't getting.
$200 billion, and that's a way low number. That's a way low. You know, it's interesting. New York has always been like, you know, sort of like always looking for money.
$200 billion? He's saying that's a way low number. Really, y'all? Y'all think he telling the truth? So $200 billion we giving the and federal benefits to immigrants, illegals. Okay.
Money. They've spent $100 billion on this stuff. I don't know where and they're not getting the money from the federal government. It's crazy. And because the mayor came out and said, we can't live like this.
So they're not getting it from the federal government. Where are they getting it from?
Investigated him.
He gets it. By the way, I called it. I said he just got himself indicted. This group is stupid, but they're vicious. They're stupid people, but they're vicious people.
The 2020 elections, you say you have all this evidence that it was rigged. Why haven't you put this evidence in a consumable form? In what?
Oh, I did. I have books on it. And by the way, books have been written on it. We have an author named Hemingway, who is a great writer. She wrote a book on it, but many books have been written on it. There are books that are... What's happened is judges don't want to touch it. They would say you don't have standing. They didn't rule on the merits. The merits never got there. The judges...
What? So the judges, they're saying you don't have standing. There's been books written on it.
Didn't have what it took to turn over an election.
Let's talk about the potential vulnerabilities for elections and election fraud. One of them is mail-in ballots. The other one is if someone can break into voting machines, if someone can hack voting machines. Those are two huge ones.
So
and
Elon Musk, I think he said it publicly. I hope he did because I wouldn't want to be the one, but he's a really smart guy, and he's a very good guy with computers, right? You'd say he's
one of the smartest people alive.
Anybody that can land that 20-story building and perfect and
while he's doing Starlink, while he's talking to me, while he owns Twitter,
and then he agrees to Starlink,
and he tweets 100 times a day.
He's an amazing guy. Right?
Yeah,
he said to me,
of course he would say that if he's using the whole website to do everything, you know, even if the information isn't totally true.
That unless you have paper ballots, it can never be an honest election. That's a big statement.
It's a big statement.
We should go to paper ballots. You know, France did. They went to mail-in voting, and it was all messed up.
What can
you know
be
the amazing thing with the machines? So we have the machines. They cost 10 times more. Paper ballot would cost 8%. And they make paper ballots, they're all watermarked and everything else, they're very sophisticated. But if you take a look, paper ballots, 8% the cost, and you're done by 9 o'clock in the evening, right? Now we have these sophisticated machine that goes up.
What the hell he mean? He must don't know the size of a city like New York. Or even a city like damn Orlando. You know how many motherfuckers you want to count these by hand? Man, stop it.
Up to heaven, it goes all over the place and down and around. And they say, we'll need 2 weeks to figure out who the hell won the election.
Do you think that's by design?
Yeah, I do. I think it's very crooked. That's my opinion.
You're allowed to have an opinion. What could, let's say you win in November, what can be done to mitigate these problems? What could be done at at the level that the president has power?
Now, finally, y'all, here's an opportunity. And I had to listen through all that shit because I ain't want nobody to say, hey, he talked about it at the at the end. You stopped it before the end. So now he finally has an opportunity to tell to ask a question that I've been waiting for.
What can be done to mitigate these problems? What could be done at at the level that the president has power?
Well, if I win, this will be my last election. But I think I owe it to the country. Yeah. But I think I owe it to the country. We have to have fair elections.
So how can you fix that?
Jimmy Carter was in charge of a commission, that many years ago. And they put him and Scoop Jackson and various senators, distinguished people that were retired. And they came up with a report. And the report's primary finding was you cannot have mail-in ballots. Because if it's a mail-in ballot, I went to the voting booth the last time, whatever it was. And I walked in Palm Beach. And I walk in, and they know me. They say, Mr. President, could I see your identification? Boom, here's this, here's that, everything. And then you sit, and they watch you sign, and there's not a lot you can do. I mean, if you wanted to be dishonest, it's sort of beautiful.
Right.
If instead of that, I'm going to send them a ballot.
Right.
It has to go through the postal services. It has to go through a lot of people. They mail you houses that, the house was demolished and the people have left. And it's so bad. The one thing with Jimmy Carter, he had a very strong commission. It was no mail-in ballots. And we're the only one that does elections this way anymore. They've gotten away from it.
And it ticked up in a big way after COVID. It used to be like soldiers serving overseas.
They use COVID to cheat.
Yeah. Well, they use COVID to certainly push this mail-in ballot. Another thing
but they use COVID to cheat.
But here's another.
And the last election was a little bit of a...
Do everybody see how that got spent so fast? Everybody see where that went at so fast? Let's go back to the question and see how that got spent so fast. That's the weave right there.
At the level that the president has power.
I think it's very crooked. That's my opinion.
You're allowed to have an opinion. Let's say you win in November. What can be done to mitigate these problems? What could be done at the level that the president has power?
Well, if I win, this will be my last election. But I think I owe it to the country. Yeah. But I think I owe it to the country. We have to have fair elections.
So how can you fix that?
Jimmy Carter was in charge of a commission, that many years ago. And they put him and Scoop Jackson and various...
So his solution is take away mail-in ballots. Take away mail-in ballots. Now, the mail-in ballots came into a big play last time because of COVID. We all got to understand that. So because of that, we couldn't help it. Now people can more, vote in person, but you got people that's overseas, like they say. You can't take that right away from the soldiers and everything. You have old people. Hell, I think I've heard some people say that they want to do their mail-in ballot, and they're just pretty much going off a signature, I guess. Now, if you take that away, I mean, I don't think a lot of people will argue it, but I don't think it'll come out in his favor either.
Senators, distinguished people that were retired. And they came up with a report. And the report's primary finding was you cannot have mail-in ballots. Because if it's a mail-in ballot... I went to the voting booth the last time, whatever it was. And I walked in Palm Beach. And I walk in, and they know me. They say, Mr. President, could I see your identification? Boom, here's this, here's that, everything. And then you sit, and they watch you sign, and there's not a lot you can do. I mean, if you wanted to be dishonest, it's sort of beautiful.
Right.
If instead of that, I'm going to send them a ballot.
Right.
It has to go through the postal services. It has to go through a lot of people. They mail you houses that, the house was demolished and the people have left. And it's so bad. The one thing with Jimmy Carter, he had a very strong commission. It was no mail-in ballots. And we're the only one that does elections this way anymore. They've gotten away from it.
And it ticked up in a big way after COVID. It used to be like soldiers serving overseas.
They use COVID to cheat.
Yeah. Well, they use COVID to certainly push this mail-in ballot. Another thing
but they use COVID to cheat.
But here's another.
And the last election was a little bit of a... You couldn't even get security guys, big, strong guys to watch. You know what? You'd call them. They call them in this section. They were afraid to go out. You know, we were in the middle of COVID.
Mm-hmm.
We were in the middle of COVID, right smack in the middle, and they didn't want to die. You know, they didn't want to catch it. It was like, in a way, it was like a ghost town, and the whole thing. But mail-in ballots are a bad thing.
This nigga here just, hey man, boy, this boy is the master of this shit. The master. Gotta get it to him.
That certainly is a problem. Mail-in ballots are a problem.
But every
Another
other country,
problem is voter ID.
Yeah, a voter ID.
Voter ID is the most bizarre argument that I've never seen anybody articulate in a way that's convincing.
Because
why
they
you
want to
don't
cheat.
need voter. Well, it doesn't make sense any other way. I've tried to straw man it, or I tried to steel man it rather. I've tried to like look at it from a position like, why would you not want people to have ID? And a lot of the ideas are just ridiculous. You need an ID to get a driver's license.
Okay, but here's now the next step. Gavin Newsom, one of the worst governors in the world, and I used to get along, but I don't get along with him now.
You used to get along with him, don't get along with him no more. Another one of the worst in the world.
Because he's just too, it's just a whole con job. But Gavin Newsom, the other day, signed a bill that you are not allowed to ask a person, even ask them whether or not they have voter ID.
Now, what could be a charitable reason why anybody
because they
would
want
want
to cheat?
that? But that would be the only thing that makes sense.
But that's taking it to the next level.
Right.
Now, you have ID. The Democrat National Convention, when they had it the last time I saw, they had a sign, like a billboard, on the name of the person, where they live, how they live, who the hell their boyfriends are. Every single, and a big picture. That's for they have an ID, a big ID. It was hanging like you were a prisoner. They had these massive cards, everything. And yet when it comes to the vote, in theory, the most important thing we do, okay, when you go to a grocery store, you give ID. But for a vote, it's supposed to be a sacred thing, and it should be a sacred thing. No voter ID.
He said when you go to a grocery store, you give ID. Wow. I ain't never gave an ID at the grocery store, but continue on.
Because they want to cheat.
Well, it doesn't make sense in any other way. I've tried to look at it.
There's no other way.
There's no argument that anybody's presented that makes any sense why.
You know the funny thing, Joe? The Democrats, the people, they all think you should have it. In other words, you should have it. If you go to the people, Mrs. Schwartz, Mrs. Smith, Mr. and Mrs. Jones.
Sure.
They say, of course, yeah. The Democrats, they say yes. It's the politicians that don't want it, like Schumer and these guys, they don't want it because they want to be able to cheat. Because you know what? If they didn't have it, okay, who is going to vote for somebody that wants open borders? Who's going to vote for somebody that wants to have men playing in women's sports? You know, I have never had one person come up to me and say, President, you got to do something to allow men to play in women's sports. Have you ever? Just like I've never been called by a pollster. I told you my little theory.
I don't know of any men playing in women's sports in America, or anybody signing any bills for that. So if we got any of that going on in America, please bring that to my attention. That's crazy. Now, we did see that bullshit in the Olympics, but some people said that we was wrong. It was false. It was false, fake news.
And pollsters, okay? I'm getting myself in trouble with some of these things, but I don't really care. Nobody's ever come up to me and said, we want to have men play in women's sports. And, I had a funny thing. At a property I own in California, I have a woman who's a very good athlete, and she works there as a manager. And Brian Urlacher, the big Chicago Bears great player, 10-time All-Star, I guess Hall of Famer, great guy, big, strong guy. And she said, oh, he's one of my favorite athletes. Can I have a picture? And I took a picture and I sent it. And I noticed she was the size of his leg. His leg was bigger than she was. And I put it out. Should men play in women's sports? It was just so ridiculous.
What's one of the
What the fuck? The hell is this nigga? Wow.
most bizarre and polarizing ideas that's promoted by the left?
But who wants it? Now, unless you're going to cheat in elections, you're never going to get. Nobody wants it.
Right.
I don't think anybody wants it. I've been told everything. You can. Some people want this. I don't know of anybody that wants open borders. Nobody's ever come up to me and said, President, you got to let the world come into our country.
Right.
Now, if they won, so they have 21 million, I think it's much higher than that because you have gotaways. Gotaways where they just walk in, they walk in. But, and the other thing.
21 million people, y'all. 21 million people that walked in through the open border. That's amazing.
Thing you have is human traffickers. You have traffickers, and they traffic in women, and they're going wild. Now, we used to, you have to look at the trunk of cars. Can you believe it? They put women in trunks. They'll put 3 women in a trunk. These people are savages. They're horrible. The worst people. And they're making the kind of money they make on drugs. They're almost making on trafficking now. And the thing that's made it hot is the internet. That's what, but you think of it almost as an ancient thing, but it's the internet. But who would want to have these things? Who would want to have, there's so many, the transgender operations, where they're allowed to take your child when he goes to school and turn him into a male, to a female, without parental consent. Who wants this? Does anybody want this? I've never heard of anyone, and I can go into 10 different things. The only way they get them is by no voter ID. You can't have voter ID. They don't want any. They want to cheat.
This is weird.
There's only one reason, because the voter ID is so basic. It's the most basic thing.
It's very basic.
Who would want this? They want it so they can cheat because their policies are no good. I'll tell you, they're very smart when it comes to that. They're very smart, although they're not smart in terms of politics in a way, because what do they have that people want? They really don't have. They give away a lot of health care, a lot of stuff. But for the most part, their policies are terrible. Their policy on military, she's running on a tax hike. She's going to raise your taxes. You got to hear this. We are going to raise your taxes. And the people clap. But who is going to win with her? All my life I grew up with politics.
Yeah, she's not saying she's going to raise middle class tax. She's saying anybody that make under $400,000, your taxes will not be raised. Which, hell, that's most Americans. That's most, you know what I'm saying, the middle class Americans.
Politicians lower taxes. She's politicking that we are going to raise your taxes.
Well, they want to raise the idea is they want to raise the taxes to the highest earners.
I know, but
they
it really
think that
doesn't work that way.
millionaires and billionaires are not paying their fair share.
But it doesn't work that way.
Well, it's a narrative, right? And it's a narrative that appeals to people that are not doing well. Yeah. And they're like, yeah, our problems are that these rich people are not paying taxes.
Well, the problems are the rich people are going to leave and they're going to close up their companies, and then the other people aren't going to have jobs. You know, that's what happens.
It does.
That's the theory of what happens. That's the fear of what they. Now, that's the most important part. And seeing that's the kind of part that Kwame seemed to want to try to say, oh, well, these people don't see themselves doing better and all that crazy shit. No. Even when you do better, you understand that you're going to have to cut out more. And if you're saying you're going to take your business elsewhere, take your business elsewhere. Or people are going to hire fucking robots. Shit, we about to have a whole new problem.
What's happened in other countries?
But the whole, because you brought it up. I'll tell you what, we just, he's doing a very good job in Virginia. Glenn Youngkin, I don't know if you like him, not like him.
I don't know him.
But you don't know the governor of Virginia? So we have a case where they found thousands of illegal ballots. A judge just ruled that they have to be able to vote. Just happened today, just before I walked in here, I heard. A judge just ruled that you have to keep those people in. They're illegal. They're illegal votes. Now, I think they'll be overturned at the next court. One thing I found, because I had a couple of things that they get overturned a little bit, the system. Because the system, you have to hope that the appellate judges are honest. Otherwise, we don't have a country anymore. It's very important. But the whole
thing is honest. You mean like you got to hope that they're on your side? If the appellate courts are on your side, you put the certain judges in place that you're going to need for when you get in some shit.
Thing with illegal ballots, it's got to be looked at. You have to have voter ID, and you have to have additional ID. You have to have an ID that shows that you're a citizen of the country.
I agree.
They don't want that either.
I agree. One of the things that I want to talk to you about is the JFK files. And one of the things that you said was that if they showed you what they showed me, this was your quote, you wouldn't want people to know it either.
These guys will help you pay off your credit cards.
So I don't know what he about to say here.
Partially. I was met with, from good people. I mean, look, I've been good people. People that were well-meaning. Mike Pompeo was one of them. He's a good person. They called me. They said, sir, would rather have you not. And I did open them. But I was asked by some people not to open them. There's a Martin Luther King file, too, by the way, that they'd like to see. I don't know if you know, but there is that. But JFK in particular. So they called me. A lot of good people called me. People that that you would find reasonable people. And they asked me not to do it. So I said, well, we'll close it for another time. But if I win, I'm going to open them up. I'm just going to open enough.
Why didn't you open it up the first time?
Because a lot of times,
what was the hesitation?
Addresses, people that are still living. There are people that are affected, and there could be some national security reason that that I don't have to necessarily know about. But some very.
So he trying to gas up people like, fuck it, I'm gonna just put everything out there. Man, come on, bro. Get the fuck out of here.
Good, talented people asked me not to do it. I opened it up, and then they said, would it be possible for us to do that a different day?
How much of it did you read into?
I think it's going to be just fine to open it. Let me put it that way. I think it's fine. It's going to be time.
Man, you telling me this nigga ain't lying? Y'all tell me this ain't lying.
It's a cleansing. It's real.
He lying, man. I'm lying.
A cleansing. So I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it immediately, almost immediately upon entering office.
Well, the thing, when people look at it from the outside and you sort of imagine what could be a reason why they would not release those files, it would be there's people that were implicated in the assassination.
Yeah. Well, when they're living people, you generally tend not to want to do it. When people are still living.
Living people that formerly worked for the government.
For the government, and living people that were somehow involved in it, and you tend not to do that. But it's time to open them. I can't tell you whether or not they're going to find anything of interest. And I did partially open. I think I've opened 50%, but I was asked not to do it, and I I thought that was a reasonable ask, but now I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it very soon. There's a lot of interest in it.
One of the things that
there's a lot of interest in the people coming from space,
Yes.
And I know you're interested in that.
Oh, very interested in that. How much did they tell you about that?
A lot.
Really?
Yeah.
What did they tell you? How much can you tell?
So
how's that work? Is it like super
I think
top
I
secret?
Can
Tell me.
Well, based on Hunter Biden, I can say whatever the hell I want, right? But I interviewed a few people. It's never been my thing, I have to be honest. I have never been a believer. I have people that Area 51 or whatever it is, I think it's the #1 tourist attraction in the whole country.
Man, come on with the fuck shit. Come on with the whole fuck shit now. I ain't trying to act like he on...
Or something. Area 51 in Las Vegas. Do you know that, right?
Sure, I know what it is.
So anyway, but it's a big tourist thing.
We almost
So
done, y'all.
I interviewed jet pilots that say they saw something. If you saw them, you'd love to have them as
I've
your
had a
son.
couple in here. Commander David Fravor, I had him in, who had that sighting in 2004. Very, very compelling with visual video evidence, radar evidence. Ryan Graves.
I don't believe his name, but I interviewed jet pilots that were solid people. Perfect. I mean, great pilots, great everything. And they said, we saw things, sir, that were very strange. Like a round ball, but it wasn't a comet or a meteor. It was something. And it was going 4 times faster than an F-22, which is a very fast plane, And it was round, which is, in theory, a great shape.
So when you were talking to these people, was this something that you were...
Get the fuck out of here. All right, man. Do we really... am I going to miss anything?
I get that question as much as almost any question. Do you think that we have aliens coming, flying around or whatever?
What do you think?
There's no reason not to. I mean, there's no reason not to think that Mars and all these planets don't have life, because...
Well, Mars, we've had probes there and rovers, and I don't think there's any life there.
Well, maybe it's life that we don't know. But
maybe there was life there at one point in time. This is a speculation about Mars, that Mars had an atmosphere at one point in time, a long time ago, that could support life. It also had large bodies of water, but we've had no evidence of even bacterial life that exists on Mars. But the
it's
universe
not been a
is
big
pretty
thing
vast.
for me. I mean, when I looked at what China did to this, they would have never done it with me, where they put the balloon up. And a lot of people thought for a little while that was one of these things. So,
well, that's a lot of the speculation, too, that some of these drones that hover over battleships, that these are Chinese drones, and that they're not UFOs.
They could be also.
There's some super sophisticated...
But I did interview, let's say 3 or 4 guys that, and without tremendous interest, if you had them...
All right, y'all. So, I don't think he's gonna get into no political talk. There's 10 minutes left. I mean, he ain't gonna get into no ideas or nothing.
I rebuilt them all, and when you look at the weapons we have today, the biggest threat we have in the world today is so scary. When you come to they're the way they would have been. Think if they listened to Biden. You look at Biden. I had a great relationship with the military, basically.
Are far superior to what we know of.
Yeah.
Is it possible that there's some military or government program that you weren't, that they didn't tell you about?
I think I had a great relationship with the military, basically, but I didn't like certain people. I would have gotten them out if I thought if the election was different, I would have fired all of them quickly. Most of them I did fire. Biden should have fired every military person involved with Afghanistan. He should have had a lot of firings. If you look at him, he told Israel not to do anything, and at least Israel's not going to look at a bomb the way they would have been. Think if they listened.
Well, damn. So he should have fired all of them, but why you ain't fire them?
Listen to Biden. They'd be waiting for a bomb to drop on their head right now. He's been wrong about so much. I guess you'd have to say that she's been wrong too, because she always said they made the decision together, but Israel didn't follow his advice, and I think it was a very the Middle East is rapidly changing. There are prophets that say the world will come to an end in the Middle East. You know that, right? And we have weapons today that are so scary. When you look, I rebuilt them all. And when you look at the weapons we have today, the biggest threat we have in the world today is nuclear weapons. And we have other weapons, too, that are devastating. But the nuclear weapons, the biggest threat we have in the world today, and that's what I was talking about de-escalation with both China and Russia. I'm telling you, we were going to de-escalate. They were going to de-escalate. You got to be careful. It's a little tricky playing with them because they say we're going to do it and they don't do it, maybe. But they understood the curse, too. It's a curse. It's China's way behind us, but they'll catch us within 5 years.
So
Nah. Well, that might be true. There's a lot of shit he might be bullshitting with, but he might have spoke a little truth right there.
Let's imagine, let's say you win in November. What do you do differently, and how do you change this course that it seems we are on for World War III?
I'm all ears.
How do you get us out of Ukraine? How do you stop what's going on in the Middle East? How do you put a stop to this?
Well, it's a very, to me, it's an easy question because I think I can do it easily, but it's a complex question in the sense that the times change. Every day changes. Who's winning, who's not winning? I mean, Russia's a war machine. Whether you like it or not, it just grinds along. You speak to people like Viktor Orban, and he'll tell you it's just a big, fat war machine, and that's what's happening. You look at what's happened to Ukraine. If I were there, it would have never happened.
But what could you do now? If you get into office in January, what could you do now?
Right now.
What would you do right now? Right now, right now. Like right now. I don't want to hear all those motherfucking word salad. What would you do right now, right now?
You would get both of them. I know both very well. And again, I do not want to tell you, for the purpose of looking smart to fight people that, that say, oh, he was great. Because if I told you exactly what I do, I could never make the deal. All I can tell you is that I would meet with Putin and I would meet with him, and I know exactly what I'd say to each one of them. And I believe that as president-elect, I would get that war stopped, and stopped fast. We have tremendous power in the United States if you know how to use the power. I stopped other wars just by the use of tariffs. I got Macron of France. Good guy, like a friend of mine, but he's a wise guy. And he's a person that likes France, and he was going to tax our companies. I sent all the smartest guys. I sent Mnuchin, and they all failed me. And I said, I'll do it myself. And I called him. I said, Emmanuel, you're taxing American companies. We're not going to allow you to do that. Oh, Donald, I cannot do it. Nothing I can do. It's already been passed. I said, Emmanuel, if you do that, I'm going to put 100% tariff on your wines and champagnes that come into the United States, and you're going to regret that you ever did it. He said, Donald, please, that's not fair. Anyway, within about 2 minutes, he dropped the whole thing, and it was massive amounts of money against American companies. I have to protect American companies.
So why doesn't the Biden administration do this?
Because they're incompetent. They don't know how to talk. Look, they met in Alaska with the Chinese.
No, what they're about to start doing is they about to start going around. They about to backdoor your ass just like China did. They about to start just sending the shit to Mexico.
And the Chinese lectured them about how badly we treat people, right? Okay? I mean, think of it. You remember that? It was like they didn't talk to me that way. They respected me. They respected our country. They don't respect our country. They don't respect Biden. They don't respect her. They're dreaming about her because she's incompetent. She's not a smart person. Look, she can't put two sentences together. She talks. I watched her 2 nights. I watched her last night, too. It was the same thing. She's not a smart person. These guys are very smart, and they're very streetwise, and they're very tricky and evil and dangerous.
So he can understand the tricky, evil, dangerous, but she ain't smart. I'm glad this live about over so we can at least switch over to the next person. But we've definitely heard, his side of the story, his side of presenting what he's offering.
And if she becomes the president of the United States, which I can't believe can happen, I don't think this country is going to make it. I don't think we'll ever be. I think just really bad things will happen to our country. And you know what? I look at the outside forces and I say they can all be handled because we have a pot of gold. But we're not going to have that pot of gold to play with anymore. It's a great negotiating thing. I told you I knocked out this massive car company, going to take all of our car business from Detroit. I knocked it out just by my rhetoric. Rhetorically, I said, they'll never sell a car in here. I'll put tariffs. I don't care. They're 2,000%. They're never going to build that plant.
Is it possible to apply that same thing to the electronics that we use? One of the things that disturbs me greatly is that all of our phones are made overseas. And then some of our phones are made in places like... Yes, and the chips. And some of our phones are made in places like Foxconn, where they have nets around the building to keep people from jumping off the roof because they have so many suicides. Like, wouldn't it be better to have an American-made iPhone where, people are paid good wages, they have health insurance, they're taken care of, they can live a good life, where you're not buying a piece of electronics that's cheaper because someone has to suffer in a horrible way that's not even legal in the United States?
Exactly. That'll never happen. That'll never happen.
It's not even legal to have them work that way in the United States, so they get these people to build them overseas.
You do it, but let me just say, that chip deal is so bad. We put up billions of dollars for rich companies to come in and borrow the money and build chip companies here, and they're not going to give us the good companies anyway. All you had to do is charge them tariffs. If you would have put a tariff on the chips coming in, you would have been able to, just like the auto companies, no different. More sophisticated, but no different. Taiwan, they stole our chip business. Okay? They want us to protect, and they want protection. They don't pay us money for the protection, The mob makes you pay money, right? But with these countries that we protect, I got hundreds of billions of dollars from NATO countries that were never paying us. And my biggest fan is Stoltenberg, who just left as the, director general, as the secretary general. A good guy. He said, Bush came, he made a speech. Obama came, he made a speech. Trump came, he said, you guys aren't paying, you got to pay. And they said, will you protect us from Russia if we don't? I said, no, you got to pay if you don't pay. Billions of dollars came in to NATO. When I see us paying a lot of money to have people build the chip, that's not the way. You didn't have to put up 10 cents. You could have.
Now the nigga talking about how they paying into NATO, but why was you paying into NATO? You talking this big talk, but all we got to do is check your record and we can see the $300 billion that you sent.
They've done it with a series of tariffs. In other words, you tariff it so high that they will come and build their chip companies for nothing. In other words, Joe, you put a big tariff on the chips coming in. I say, you don't have to pay the tariff. All you have to do is build your plant in the United States. We didn't have to give them the money to build a plant. Besides that, They're very rich companies. These chip companies. They stole 95% of our business. It's in Taiwan right now. They do a great job, but that's only because we have stupid politicians. We lost the chip business, and now we think we're going to pay. You can't build it that way. You have to make them spend their money in the United States, and those plants would open up all over, and they'll fund them. We don't have to put up 10 cents. And I am in the process of making a huge speech in about a little while. And you and I, how long have we been talking?
A long time.
Let's go.
Probably like 3 hours.
I got to make a speech.
Right.
But we'll do it again. I want to do it again with you.
Okay.
You or something. I said, how long will this last? Anywhere from an hour to 3 or 4
How long
hours.
we do, Jamie? 3 hours.
Good.
3 fucking hours, y'all. And that's probably I guess I should have just zoomed to the end. Cause damn. And he had a crowd waiting on him. 3 hours this man had a crowd waiting on him. Hold on, let me see if I can pull that video up real quick. The people that was waiting on him in the cold. I'm glad they ass had to wait in the cold. That's what they ass get. Okay, never mind. I can't find it, so. All right, so let's go over the Club Shay and the Kamala interview. And let's see it, this one ain't as long as that one was. And of course they broke in, I guess, with the small talk, so I guess it's fair to go through a little bit of the small talk. I really don't want to hear a lot of the small talk on either side, but I guess it's fair. I listened to all the small talk when it came to Trump, so I gotta be fair. All right. Of course, I skipped over the intro. I'm gonna skip over any of the commercials. Now, I'm not sure, but because Knowledge told me that the one he saw had 2 hours. But the one that I got, it's only an hour. So, anybody else seen this this show, and was it 2 hours or was it 1 hour?
American descent.
I'm trying to see if I got an edited version of something.
She's also she's been district attorney of San Francisco, African woman in U.S. history. She's cop 6, the woman that's stopping by for comment.
Okay, so I'm gonna let Shannon introduce the woman that he's introducing, whether y'all believe him or not, as far as her background or her, whatever her race is. You can't take away her accomplishments, in my opinion. But hey, everybody got the right to do whatever they want to.
Conversation on the drink today. She's the highest ranking woman in U.S. history. She's made a career of being first. She's the first woman to serve as Attorney General, African American, Asian American descent. She's also she's been district attorney of San Francisco. She was the nation's first Indian American senator. She's the first woman, first black Asian American to be elected vice president. She set the record for the most tie-breaking votes cast by vice president. She's the first black woman, Asian American in U.S. history to win the presidential nomination of a major party. She's the first HBCU grad, making us proud. She's a Howard University alum. She's a member of the prestigious Alpha Kappa Alpha sorority. Here she is in person, Madam VP, Kamala Harris. Madam VP, how you doing?
Thank you very well, Shannon. How you doing?
It is an extreme honor, privilege, and a pleasure to have you on Club Shay Shay. CJ, who's the producer here, when we started this journey, Madam VP, 4 years ago, celebrities, athletes, entertainers, influencers.
Yeah.
VPs and presidential hopefuls, word on the bingo card.
Who y'all think probably called who? She called them. When she seen goddamn Trump and went on Joe Rogan, she was like, oh shit, we gotta find a matching counterpart. And I think I saw T.Y. going over the Joe Rogan and Trump shit. And I was in his chat. I say, man, watch Kamala fuck around and go on Club Shay Shay. And I was kind of joking, but at the same time, I kind of seen it coming. So I ain't mad at it. Shit. You got to go somewhere where people will see it. A lot of people gonna see the Joe Rogan shit, and a lot of people will see Club Shay Shay. It's fair game.
You here, so I want to thank you very much.
I thank you.
When we have guests come on, Madam VP, we like to toast. And what I read on this card, you don't deserve this. You earned this, being the first in so many areas. And you make us proud. I just want you to know you make us proud for what you've been able to accomplish. And we're 12 days away, and we hope you have an even greater accomplishment. So here's to continued success in everything you've done and everything that you will do.
Oh, bless you, and thank you. And to you, Shannon, to you for all the success and the voice you give to so many issues. Thank you for that.
Thank you
And
much.
cheers to you.
Cheers.
And I'm not going to actually drink this because I might fall asleep, and I need to do this
I don't want you
with
to fall
Barack
asleep.
Obama this afternoon.
We don't want you to fall asleep.
So here we are. Cheers to everybody.
Man, at least she kept it real. You say she a liar. She could act like she was gonna drink. Let me know when you see the lies. Let me know what the lies at. Let me know what the lies at. I'm gonna try to point out the lies too now.
So before we get into the things that you want to do once you become president of the United States, I want to go back. When you found out when President Biden called you and said that he was no longer going to seek re-election, and you got that call, do you remember where you were and what you thought when you heard him say these words to you?
I do. So I was home. It was a Sunday afternoon, and my
So it was 2 hours. They cut out all the bad stuff she did. Oh Lord, y'all try to take all the fun out of any reaction. Goddamn, they cut it out that fast. I wonder if anybody. So if y'all seen it, so what part they cut out that y'all that can somebody upload the part that they cut out?
niece, her husband, and their 2 young daughters were visiting and staying with us, and I promised the kids I'd have pancakes and bacon and everything.
Okay.
And then after that, I had a puzzle for the kids, and we were sitting down to do the puzzle.
Okay.
And the phone rang.
Okay.
And it was President Biden. And so that's when he told me. And it was obviously life-changing in so many ways. But, I have to tell you, Shannon,
So when it originally dropped, was it 2 days ago or was it yesterday? When the original drop?
At that moment, I knew what it would mean, but not in the detail of it, but I certainly understood the seriousness and the gravity of the moment. And actually, one of the first people I called was my pastor.
Wow. Okay.
I knew
And to be honest, they should have did that with Trump shit. They could have kept all that bullshit and got straight to the issues.
I needed a moment to just be still and for my spirit and my mind to have clarity about the seriousness of the moment and my role. And I'll never forget that call or that moment or that day.
Your life instantaneously changed in that moment.
Yes, it
because
did.
now all of a sudden you weren't going to be running, you weren't going to be the VP anymore. You were going to be front and center. And you knew what the undertaking, having been 4 years as the vice president, what that moment would mean.
I had a sense of it, like so many of us, when this is your life, right? So there are those moments where your instinct kicks in sometimes before you.
So where's she lying at though? Oh, everything out of her mouth. Okay. So her getting the phone call and saying that, she got a call to be the VP and okay, so all right. Everything the woman's saying is a lie. All right. We just listened to 3 hours of a man telling the God honest truth. Of a white man telling the God honest truth. And now let's listen to a black woman tell all lies. There ain't no damn way in the world this black woman could tell anything of the truth. Especially not next to no white man.
Where your conscious mind and thoughts do.
Right.
And my instinct kicked in immediately that I need to focus and I need to do certain things immediately, which included making, I think we estimated I made over 100 calls that day. My team, and I have an incredible team, all came in, and nobody expected, right? It was a Sunday afternoon.
Correct.
In fact, we actually joked who had taken a shower that day. Because, people came in their workout clothes, different people, and, a bandana around their head, just, and came in, and we then, for hours and hours, well into the night.
Did you tell them?
Okay, so I would rather go to the points or whatever, but I'm glad if they did trim it down and it was an hour and a half or 2 hours, I'm glad they did trim it down to an hour. Because, we pretty much want to know what the plans are.
To share that news with them.
Well, so the news started to, as you can imagine, pretty much immediately. One of them is an incredible team of people around me. You know what that's like, where they're just there. And meaning how serious it is. And what I love, and it's certainly my own work ethic, that there is no job too small or too big if there's something that needs to get done. So
although you have a huge role now, what's a typical day like for you now once you've been thrust into this? What time are you normally getting to bed? What time are you getting up? And what's some of the activities that you do in a given day?
I'd probably estimate 14-hour, 15-hour days.
Okay.
Lie. That's a lie. How you gonna be 15 hours a day? That's a lie.
When I wake up, no matter how little sleep or how much.
How you doing? I don't know why she lying talking about 15-hour day. The damn way your days be 16 or 12. Not every day.
Okay.
It's like no matter how little sleep or how much sleep I've had, I work out every morning.
Okay.
Stop lying. You lying. You don't get your ass up and work out. You too fat. You're not black. So ain't no way you get up every morning and start running. What a fucking liar.
Okay.
It's like mind, body, and spirit, right? And then, that's the only time of my day I really own. And then it is.
Another lie. That's a lie.
These days, it's not unusual for me to be in 3 or even 4 cities in one day.
Liar. You know damn well you're not in no 3-4 cities in a day. Just a liar. Everything is a lie.
Rallies with thousands of people.
Liar. Not thousands of people at no damn rallies.
10,000 people showing up. Making calls to folks.
Lying motherfucker. You ain't called no damn body. Just fucking lying. All she doing is lying.
Just now I landed in Atlanta, the mayor of Atlanta, who.
Liar. You talking no damn mayor in Atlanta. You ain't just landing in Atlanta. You and Shannon Sharp, fucking liar.
Greets me every single time.
Yep.
So I'll talk with elected leaders who are supportive about, so for example, here in Atlanta.
Liar. Don't nobody support you, you lying motherfucker.
Atlanta, what do we need to do to make sure that we're giving folks the resources to knock on doors and.
Liar, you ain't knock on my door. You ain't knocked on nobody's doors. You don't get no resources, you liar.
Remind folks of the power of their voice.
Liar. I don't have no power in my voice, you liar.
And 12 days in, it really is a lot about trying to focus on getting folks to know their power, to not let anybody suppress or silence their voice.
Liar. You want to suppress my voice? You don't. No, you don't want me to know that. Why are you lying?
And to vote.
Right.
You lying. You don't want me to vote. I mean, you want me to vote, but you don't want me to vote for you.
So breakfast. What does Madam VP eat for breakfast, or do you have time to, or is it on the go?
No, when I was younger, I didn't think I needed breakfast. I was.
Stop lying. You always wanted breakfast. Fucking liar. I know, because I wasn't there. You always wanted some breakfast.
I wasn't a breakfast eater.
Okay.
Now I have breakfast every morning. It's usually a
Stop lying.
spinach omelet. It's not very exciting.
Right.
But it's protein with a little vegetable. And, I like chicken, apple sausage, and some toast. And then
Stop lying, woman. You don't eat none of that shit. Stop lying. Lying, motherfucker. We know what you eat for breakfast. And it ain't no toast. It ain't none of that. You ain't working out. None of that.
I'm gone.
Madam VP, you're a couple of years older than myself, so we kind of
Thank
grew up
you.
in the 80s. But I'm only 35.
Come on now, I'm your guest.
No, but you only 30. But we grew up.
But just keep moving, because I'm gonna give you a shovel in a minute.
I see. You won't let it go. Dang. We could have just moved on past that real quick, but you drew attention to it. But we grew up in the 70s when music went in fire. Ohio players.
Oh yes, fire. Come on.
Oh, you were like fire.
Stop lying. Stop trying to act like you listen to black folks' music. Trying to act like you know anything about soul music. See, now she pandering to the black people. She pandering to black people.
Oh, come on.
Okay.
Dun, dun, dun,
Yes.
I cut it out. You don't know that. Somebody had to tell you in the back what that is. Stop trying to act like you know anything about any black music. You ain't black.
Dun, dun, dun.
Yes. What do you listen to now?
Oh, I wish I were listening to more music, to be honest with you, because I love it. Just
Liar. You know you listen to some damn music. I seen you with headsets on. You listen to music, liar.
But
you don't
when
have downtime like when you have downtime?
I don't have any downtime, really. I know my little violin I'm playing right now with you. I really don't. But when I
liar, you get downtime. You had plenty of time. You had time to bring your ass up here, so you had time to put some headset in your headphones and listen to some music. We seen you dancing on stage, so we know you know the song because we seen you repeat it. Liar. Liar-ma. Come a liar.
I love jazz.
Mm-hmm.
If it's from Thelonious Monk to Miles Davis.
Mm-hmm. Liar, you researched all those black people. You ain't Shannon Sharp got this shit written down. Shannon Sharp got these questions written down to ask you. You already ready to answer the question. You liar.
I love Aretha. I was just with
You stop lying. You don't like no damn Aretha. You ain't black. You can't like Aretha because you ain't black.
Stevie?
Right.
Stevie's
Oh no! Stop trying to act like you excited about Stevie, cause she pandering to the black people now, and she know black people like Stevie. So now you want to try to act like you like Stevie. Stop it, liar! You're a liar. You don't like no damn Stevie Wonder. Just cause Stevie Wonder sung "Happy Birthday" to you, that don't mean you black. You don't get to be black cause you like Stevie Wonder. You're a liar. Come a liar. Talking about you like a damn Stevie.
But can I tell you?
Yes, you can.
Bucket list. Stevie Wonder on my birthday sang me "Happy Birthday."
Happy
birthday to me.
Oh my!
Can you imagine?
No.
I was literally. It was surreal. Can you a bucket?
Liar. You didn't like that. You didn't care. You didn't care.
List moment
Right.
when Stevie Wonder himself sings you "Happy Birthday."
As an 18-year-old,
Yeah.
could you imagine
Never.
your life would have been like this?
Never.
This many years
Never.
later?
And let me tell you, my mother loved. She had.
Stop lying. You already knew. You was part of the Illuminati. You knew that you was gonna grow up and you was gonna be the presidential candidate of the United States. Just telling all these lies. You knew it. Mindful, he said exactly how some people sound. Hey, I asked the man what she lied about. He said everything come out of her mouth. So hey, let's just see how that feels. If everything come out of her mouth is a lie, I'm just about checking to see how that sounds.
Every Stevie and every Aretha Franklin record, every album.
Now I know you're lying now. How the fuck can your mama have all the Aretha Franklin albums and stuff? I know you're lying. Just lie for no damn reason. Lying motherfucker.
Like literally every one of them. So songs in the key of life, like all those Stevie songs that were about everything from the movement to optimism. I would have never at 18.
Yeah, you would have never at 18, you liar. You was already lying about McDonald's. If you're lying about McDonald's, I know damn well you wasn't listening to no Stevie at no 18, you lying motherfucker. Why you always lying?
Thought that he'd be singing me happy birthday. Ever. Never.
You're lying. He ain't even sang you happy birthday. He didn't sing you happy birthday, you liar.
Never.
That's the least. I mean, but obviously everybody knows who Stevie is. He was a child prodigy, 13 years old, and he was doing great things. But to see, Madam VP, what you've been able to do, you've had so many firsts. The first attorney general woman.
That's a lie. She ain't never been first at shit. Why you lying? Why you letting her lie like that? She never been first at shit.
Attorney General, African American, Asian American descent. You was the DA of San Francisco.
She damn sure ain't no African American descent. That's a lie.
You were the first Indian American U.S. Senator.
Lie. She was a U.S. American senator. I mean, it ain't a lie, but I'm saying it's a lie. Because that's what knowledge said. Everything come out of her mouth is a lie. So she can't agree with what Shannon's saying. Because it's a lie. It's all a lie.
And second black woman ever in...
Hold on, you ain't black. That's a lie.
the history of the United States Senate elected. Second in the history of the United States Senate.
Have you...
But you ain't black, so that don't count. So you just a woman elected in the Senate.
Had an opportunity to sit back and reflect, and it's like, wow, but work is not yet done.
That's more where I am. The work is not done. The work is...
Lie. Your work is done, ma'am.
It's not yet done. There's so much to do. I mean, to your...
Ain't shit else to do, ma'am. Work is done. Work is done. There's nothing else to do, ma'am. Always fucking lying.
Point being in the Senate, so there is a weight of responsibility that I know we all feel, right? When we have been blessed with an experience that allows us to be a role model.
Great.
Nope, that's a lie.
And to hopefully inspire people and to remind them of what's important or point out the things that need to be addressed. So, for example, as only the second black woman elected to the United States Senate,
That's a lie. You wasn't on the second black woman. Because you're not black. You're not black. You never wanted to be black. You're not black. You're Indian. I don't know if that makes a difference, but you're Indian or you whatever, allegedly.
Took on a real role of leadership around black maternal mortality, which affects black women and affects their spouses, their husbands, their families, their children. And I feel a sense of responsibility and a very strong duty.
That's a lie. You don't give a fuck. You don't like black people. You got black people locked up when you was a district attorney and when you was a attorney general. Black people got locked up. So you don't give a fuck.
To make sure that I use my voice and in a way that is about lifting up people who have not always been in the room.
Hello, America. No, you only lift people that's in the room. That's a lie.
America, Mr. States and Shape stepped out for some Black Ops 6, but I'm here as his replacer. Let's start with...
Tell her, continue to keep your friends. You know, my best friend from kindergarten is still one of my best friends.
What?
Yes.
That's definitely a lie. You ain't got no damn friends.
Y'all made it to the first grade as best friends?
Yes. In fact, she's been out knocking on doors in North Carolina just this last week for me. Wow. I would say, you know, hold on to that, which is your friends are so important. Your family is so important. I would probably encourage myself at 18 to remember that you have a lot of people who are supporting you, even if they don't know you. You know, that's...
You're a lie. You're supposed to be working at McDonald's, so why she ain't talk about working at McDonald's when she was 18? Why you didn't tell yourself, hey, don't say that I'm going to be working at McDonald's when I'm 18 in the future?
Including to know that even when you are in that room and you're the only one who looks like you or who has had your life experience, to know you are not alone in that room and that you must therefore, when I mentor young women and men, I remind them that you are often going to be told, well, it's not your time.
That's a lie. It's always their time. And you don't mentor shit. Liar.
Not your turn. You're too young.
And would you stop talking about Donald Trump all the time? That's been fucking 15 minutes.
Nobody like you has done this before. And I tell them, you know, don't you ever listen to that. I like to say, I eat no for breakfast. I don't hear no. You ask me what I eat for breakfast? I eat no for breakfast. I don't hear it.
Right.
And
stop lying. You eat fucking plenty of no for breakfast.
That's part of what are my life lessons that I try to share with young people, to remind them that you cannot ever be burdened by other people's limited ability to understand who you are. Like, don't let their limited ability burden you about your own ability, you know?
Madam VP, you were raised by a single mom. What did that experience tell you about your mom, and what did it tell you about you?
Well, it told me that one of the things that is precious is to build community and family.
Okay.
Stop lying. We know you grew up with the white man. The white man is you grew up in an elite society. You don't know nothing about no community, no family. You're passed around, I don't know. You're lying though, 'cause you ain't black.
Like my mother, she understood that there is a community that she wanted her children to be raised in.
Stop lying. She raised you in the ghetto. You said she raised you in the ghetto. You're lying again.
And she was very intentional and purposeful about that. And so I always say to people, even when I took the stage as the nominee for the Democratic nomination.
You're lying about your fake mama now, your fake grandma. Stop lying. Y'all see how she lying about her fake grandma?
That, you know, there is the family that you have by birth, and there is also the family you have by love. And they're equally family,
yes.
Right? And I learned that from my mother. So my mother, I had all these aunties and uncles. My Uncle Sherman, who was one of the first black men to graduate from Berkeley School of Law, who, when we were young.
Well, I can't agree with her. Y'all won't allow me to say, okay, that's something to be proud of. That's good to know about it. All y'all want to hear is she lying. Well, okay, since y'all get the point.
Girls sat us down and taught us how to play chess, because Uncle Sherman said, you need to understand how the chessboard works, because that's the way the world works. There are going to be different players with different moves, and you need to see the whole board. My mother raised us around, like my Auntie Chris, who went to Howard in the 50s and pledged Alpha Kappa Alpha.
So when you tell people that history isn't important, and seeing people be successful, and that ain't motivational, and especially people who get educated. And we have a lot of black people come up and say, well, we don't need that education for what for? That's the white man shit or whatever. Well, shit, sometimes it gives you a chance to make a difference in the world to further educate other people. But you gotta learn the basics first.
And she was one of my incredible role models growing up, and that was one of the big reasons I wanted to go to Howard University and pledge Alpha Kappa.
HBCU school, you know, when they got that $16 billion, and people like, oh, well, shit, he ain't really go to them. He don't really help nobody. Who gives a damn about an HBCU school? Well, HBCU school graduate is at the door of the White House. So it depends on what you do with what the opportunity you're given.
Alpha. Those are some of the lessons that I've learned from my mother, and I try to also share with people, right? Which is the beauty of community, and it's the way I am, right? Which is, you know, the children in my life.
All right, boys, who we betting on?
All right, let me see what's in. I can't really see what's in the chat right now. But yeah, I mean, we're talking about the HBCU schools, and they're a great thing when y'all was trying to say, hey, Trump gave more money than any other place. Now, I don't really hear that argument no more. But, hey, you got to at least say that, hell, is a product of an HBCU school. And she's not even 50 yet.
My godchildren or whomever, right? That it's a collective responsibility that we have.
Did you know you were different? I mean, were there a lot of people in the community that looked like you or like your mom? Or did your mom tell you were different?
Well, my mother taught us to, and everyone in my growing up, you know, they would tell all of us kids that we were special.
Okay.
I don't think we were particularly special.
Right.
But they told us we were, and we believed them.
Yes.
We believed them. I think that's such an important part of what we can all do for the children.
They tell you it's black, though. I know that's what a lot of us want to know. Right. Right, y'all.
And the children in our lives. And, you know, but my mother raised 2 black girls to be proud black women. Back to music, one of the soundtracks from my childhood was, you know, You Are Young, Gifted, and Black. You know? And that's what it was.
You know that's the part that nobody likes.
Difficult. It's difficult. You know, there are 2 sides to the coin about when you have relationships in your life that touch you deeply, and then to lose that person, it leaves a big void, right? That's the 2 sides. And I think that part of what I was just talking about this, but the big part about grief is, especially if you lose somebody to a sickness, to an illness, I think it's really important that you try to remember them as they lived and not as they died.
Right.
Now, I agree there because, you know, that's one of the reasons why now when people are dying or whatever, man, I can't go to all these funerals and stuff like that. I got to remember my people in good griefs. But I mean, of course, this is the, you know, the warm up area or whatever. This thing is only an hour. We're at probably close to 20 minutes, 18 minutes. I know definitely they're about to get into more of the nitty gritty of the talking about more of what the campaign is about, because we know what she's up here for. She's up here to get her message across to the big platforms. And I believe that's what Trump is doing too when he's going to platforms. So this is why we tuned in.
Because I think that's how they'd want us to remember them, but also to remember their suffering, which hopefully was a fraction of their time on this earth, is to compound the grief in a way that I think it adds to the pain. And what they'd want is that their active memory, that our active memory of them is about when they were vibrant and alive. So
let's get into things that will change what will happen if you were to become president, say in the next 12 to 13 days. Polls suggest that voters trust President Trump, former President Trump, more on the economy. What can you tell the voters, our viewing audience, our listening audience, that if you were to become president, wow, Madam VP Kamala Harris will be much better on the economy than what President Trump was?
Well, so
now that's already more of a question that Joe Rogan asked the whole time. You know, respect to Joe Rogan, but just keeping it real. Like you expect those type of questions.
I'm really glad you brought that up, Shannon. So first of all, let's clear up certain myths.
Okay.
You know those checks that went out?
Yeah.
Clearing up certain myths. Clearing up myths first. Not stalling to the question, but just clear up the myths first.
Those skimmies?
Right. Right.
Stimulus check.
Yeah, I know. Well, right. Yeah.
And this is something you could research, and if anybody knew what the fuck was going on at the time, this is the God honest truth. Those stimulus checks that everybody fucking so in love with, that was the Democratic Party that was in the House of Representatives that pushed to get all y'all niggas stimulus checks, because Trump them didn't want to give y'all niggas shit. Nothing. Not a goddamn thing.
Yes.
We got to be stimulus, but they call them stimmies. Okay.
The reason those came about is because there was a Democratic majority in the House of Representatives and Congress. People like Maxine Waters, people like Hakeem Jeffries, right?
Yes.
Who did the work of pushing to say, people need help right now and we need to send out checks. There was a whole lot of opposition to it, including from Donald Trump's White House.
Yes, even him. I think he was resistant to it at first.
Yes. That's why those checks, remember, Congress holds the purse.
Yes.
So
remember, Congress holds the purse. The House of Representatives at the time. And you niggas will say, well, Trump gave us a stimulus. Nah, he didn't mind your ass sitting in the house. You wasn't getting shit.
But really, Congress wrote those checks. But then Donald Trump, unlike any president before or after, decided he put his name on those checks.
So therefore, people thought
Donald Trump gave me that check. And so let's clear that up first and foremost.
Okay.
But let's also deal with where he was.
What kind of shit is that? Donald Trump said no, Trump wanted to give everybody stimulus checks. No, he didn't want to give nobody stimulus checks. And even if they did only want to give working people stimulus checks, those the only people that were goddamn working, they should be the only ones getting stimulus checks. If you was working, I just wonder what people that ain't even employed get stimulus checks. What?
In terms of his policies on the economy, he gave.
I'm telling you, DraftKings is the best place to bet.
What in the hell? Only give working people stimulus checks. That's the only people that are supposed to get stimulus checks. If you filed a damn taxes the year before.
The biggest corporations, which caused an incredible deficit. He tried to get rid of the Affordable Care Act, which we also call Obamacare, which benefited so many people, including, and in particular, black people in America who otherwise were denied by the insurance companies health coverage because of pre-existing conditions.
But now black people want to act like they don't have pre-existing conditions like sickle cell.
That's most important. Let the people know.
Right?
With an Affordable Care Act, if you have a pre-existing condition, insurance companies can no longer deny you coverage.
That's exactly right. And if you think about what that means in the context of also knowing the big health disparities we have in the black community, and how more likely, therefore, black folks might be to have pre-existing conditions.
Have blood pressure, diabetes,
all of that.
Cancers.
All of that.
Yes.
Asthma.
Well, Fatty, let them tell it. Let them tell it if they didn't get the stimulus check. But it's just weird that the party that tried not to give you the stimulus check, these motherfuckers are vouching for that party. They're vouching for the motherfucker that said, don't give the stimulus checks.
For our children?
Yes, sickle cell trait.
It's all of that. So by getting rid of the pre-existing condition ban, what that did, but he wanted to get rid of the Affordable Care Act.
Right.
What we have done, and part of my policies going forward include what we need to do to not only retain the cap that we got on insulin at $35 a month for seniors. By the way, black folks are 60% more likely to be diagnosed with
$35 a month for seniors. That's for black folks. Hold on, let us say that again. Now, she's talking about actual things that help out the people in America that especially that can't really help themselves, because we all going to become at a certain age. And if you paid into a system, I can see if you didn't pay into the system, but if you paid into a system of Social Security, you should be able to collect what it is without it having to go up.
We have done, and part of my policies going forward include what we need to do to not only retain the cap that we got on insulin at $35 a month for seniors. By the way, black folks are 60% more likely to be diagnosed with diabetes.
What are we talking about right now? Is she talking about an issue or not? She's talking about a policy. I want to identify when somebody's talking about a policy for the people that say she didn't talk about not one thing that she gonna do.
Existing condition ban, what that did, but he wanted to get rid of the Affordable Care Act.
Right.
What we have done, and part of my policies going forward include
part of my policy going forward. So in case anybody need to identify when somebody's talking about something that they're doing, that's part of their policy.
What we need to do to not only retain the cap that we got on insulin at $35 a month for seniors. By the way, black folks are 60% more likely to be diagnosed with diabetes.
Correct.
He wants to get rid of it with that Project 2025. Everybody needs to check that out. What he would do to get rid of Social Security, or at least raise the age to 70, so you have to work to 70 to be able to qualify.
Right.
Get rid of Medicare, get rid of the Affordable Care Act, and that's just on health policy, not to mention bringing back not only tax cuts for the richest people, but what he would do that is about eliminating or reducing the ability of corporations to be required to pay overtime Overtime pay.
So you could work and the corporations wouldn't have to pay you for it.
For overtime.
Who work for free?
That's
Say, huh? Say what? Hold on, let's go back and listen to that again. Well, I might have heard that the wrong way.
what he would do to get rid of Social Security, or at least raise the age to 70. So you'd have to work to 70 to be able to qualify. Right. Get rid of Medicare, get rid of the Affordable Care Act. And that's just on health policy, not to mention bringing back not only tax cuts for the richest people, but what he would do that is about eliminating or reducing the ability of corporations to be required to pay overtime pay.
So you could work and the corporations wouldn't have to pay you for it.
For overtime.
Who work for free?
That's right. And overtime means you are actually working a longer day, which means you are more tired,
right,
which means it requires more exertion. That's why we have overtime pay. So you don't take advantage of workers. In addition to all of that, we're looking at Donald Trump, basically somebody who has never been understanding of the issues that affect the community about disparities. And I'm going to talk, for example, about how when he was a landlord.
Damn. So y'all niggas over here talking about ain't gonna be no tax on overtime, but you ain't gonna get paid for no overtime. Yeah, you talking about ain't gonna be no tax on overtime because there ain't gonna be no overtime. Now you can come and work and get some more hours if you want to. Ain't no time and a half. Shit. Think it's a game. I ain't working no damn overtime. I'm cool. I'm telling them motherfuckers, I ain't working no fucking overtime. Fuck that shit. That's gonna be y'all niggas, and I swear I can't wait to hear some of you niggas crying 2 years from now if you goddamn was over here harping for that nigga and he be the president. It'd be hard on me too, but I'm like, what the fuck is wrong? When you hear shit like this don't make you be like, okay, I ain't trying to go down this road. Was you around during the Bush era? Do you want to go back to that Bush era? I don't know why that should be her biggest goddamn slogan. Do you want to go back to the Bush era? Because that's where I feel like we going right now. That's why I feel like we going right now, back to the Bush era. That should be the scariest era that anybody ever got their witness in America.
He denied rent to black families. Mm-hmm. You look at what he did in terms of taking out a full-page ad in the New York Times against the Central Park Five, which were a bunch of, they're not young adults, they were teenagers, black and brown teenagers. Took out a full-page ad in the New York Times calling for their execution for crimes they did not commit. They were innocent. Donald Trump, who said of the first black president of the United States, the birtherism, mm-hmm, to have people question whether he was born in the United States, to try and diminish. And then most recently, you look in this very election, legal black immigrants in Springfield, Ohio, mm-hmm, saying they're eating their pets. So,
and we know that shit lying. That's bullshit. Just to make people fuck with illegal immigrants. Legal immigrants.
Part of what we have to help people understand is don't think you're in Donald Trump's club. You're not.
Right.
He's not going to be thinking about you. You think he's having you over for dinner? You think that when he's going...
Yeah, he'll have one of y'all niggas over for dinner, but y'all will be serving them.
When he's with his buddies, his billionaire buddies, he's thinking about what we need to do to deal with addressing, for example, my work around what I'm doing to address disparities in black men's health, around colon cancer, around what we need to do around screenings, what we need to do around prostate cancer. Black men are twice as likely to have, and screenings, what we need to do to address...
I'm a survivor of prostate cancer.
Right. You know what I'm talking about.
Go James and the Lakers are back putting on a show. And
Well, of course, Shannon had to put his 2 cents in, but if you're a survivor, then you understand a little bit more.
Before they shared the spotlight,
you would like to do to keep it, because the economy seems to be heading in the right direction, but the inflation, gas prices are extremely high, groceries are extremely high, this rent, it used to be when I was renting, they moved the rent up $40 a year. Now they moved it up $400.
So let's talk about...
So there was 3 things right there. Let's see if she's going to address all of those 3 things.
That I'm glad you raised that. So, for example, groceries, yes, the prices are still too high. You know it, I know it.
Yeah.
Part of my plan is to deal with price gouging. I did it when I was Attorney General. I'm going to do it as president, which is.
That's part of her plan, dealing with price gouging. That's, she feel like that's going to be effective in some type of way. We'll have to see, but at least it's a plan.
Is these companies that will jack up the prices of groceries to take advantage of people in need, and in particular during a crisis, like what you see around the pandemic or Hurricane Helene.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Milton, right? So there's that. In terms of housing, first of all, we know that black families are 40% less likely to own their home. And we can go back to redlining. We can go back to policies that were by law or practice meant to not give black folks equal opportunity to home ownership, especially in certain neighborhoods. We can go.
Now we're starting to talk about black folks. This is something that we didn't hear about in that last little showdown. We ain't hear nothing about no black folks.
Go back to what happened around the GI Bill, and when all those, the great generation we called them, came back, and there was federal policy to say, you all fought for our country, we're going to give you a boost around helping you buy homes. But those black servicemen, and it was mostly men, those black servicemen did not. So you had then a time when there was a boost for, it ended up being not for black service members. So part of my policy.
So she's speaking on black servicemen coming back from overseas and helping with benefits for our men overseas, our black men overseas. I haven't heard that other guy speak of black people, period. There's a difference here.
Is to, one, create a fund so that we will give a $25,000 down payment to first-time homeowners.
Now, there's one plan to help the middle class.
To just help people get in the door. We
help people get in the door. That's something I would present to my son.
We'll deal with the rent issue, because part of what we're seeing in Atlanta, in places across our country, is these corporations are buying up all these properties.
That opportunity zone shit that Trump signed into office, that the nigga came up here and said that was to help black people. No, she's about to tell you what that opportunity zone shit did.
Which means then that they don't have to deal with competition between the properties, and they're jacking up rent costs. So it's about also going after that corporate gouging around what they're doing to buy up and then jack up the prices of rent. We also need to help people with small business ownership. I did, even before I was running for president, a tour, I called it the Opportunity Economy Tour, focused on black men and black entrepreneurs.
Did we hear this from Mr. Trump? Focus on black men, black entrepreneurs, small business, things that help you, capping off insulin, $35 for, people with, diabetes. We still fighting the student loan forgiveness. Everybody that still already signed up and everything got it going on, they still can get out the way. I mean, anybody knew you might be in trouble, but shit, if you went on ahead and got lined up, you good to go.
What we know is, unlike Donald Trump, who got $400 million handed to him practically on a silver platter. And by the way, Shannon filed for bankruptcy 6 times. Everybody wants to say he's a great businessman. Take a look at his record. I know that so many of our entrepreneurs who have great ideas don't have access to capital, but they have serious work ethic, great ideas, and a plan to do the work.
A lot of people have an idea, a great work ethic. It's just that they don't have the money to start up, to get their business off the, off the ground. The middle class, that's who pushes America. How do you help those people out?
So part of my plan is to increase access to capital.
Increase access to capital. Those are some strong words. How can you do that, ma'am? How will you do that specifically?
Including giving $20,000 forgivable loans.
Forgivable loans? Does that mean I don't have to pay that back? Is that what that mean? $20,000 forgivable loans? Damn, that really would help me start up a business. Jeez. Why am I mad about that? Why are you mad about that? I don't understand how that's. I mean, because if we're gonna give all this money overseas, it's not like I don't believe that y'all got it, or y'all can allow us to, the middle class, the people that don't give a fuck about all this dumb shit as far as all that shit y'all got going overseas. We ain't saying y'all can't send the money overseas, but how about y'all help us out, for the money that we pay taxes with, and giving us opportunities to gain wealth, into this system that we're paying into, instead of just always spending the money on war and, more war, and helping other countries with their war situations. But yeah, that does sound helpful, the 20,000. Hold on, let me play that back for the people in the back that didn't hear this woman put proposals on the table while we just listened to a man talk for 3 hours and not tell us not one thing in detail about what can help us as black people.
I know that so many of our entrepreneurs who have great ideas don't have access to capital, but they have serious work ethic, great ideas, and a plan to do the work. So part of my plan is to increase access to capital, including giving $20,000 forgivable loans for startup capital for people to buy the equipment.
Right.
And then to change the tax deduction. So whereas it is now $5,000 to make it $50,000 to start a new business, because nobody can start a new business on $5,000.
No.
For $5,000 to $50,000? Goddamn, taxable deductions? Huh? You telling me that? What? You telling me what? Well, everything that Trump said he gonna do, he had 4 years to do it. You remember that platinum plan that you told me about? Knowledge. So why don't you apply that same thing to Trump then? Remember the platinum plan that you told me that Trump was gonna do? He had 4 years to do it. He had the House, he had the Senate, and he had the presidency. Why didn't he do it? Why didn't he do anything that he claiming he gonna do now? Why didn't he do an infrastructure bill? Why didn't he do a migration bill? Why didn't he do your black platinum plan? Why he had the trifecta when it comes to that? Biden don't have that. All they got is the Senate and the presidency. So whatever bill get put out there, that's the only. If it don't pass the floor, it never gets to the presidency. Now they know how to put a Ukraine bill and pass it on the House and send it up to the Senate. They know how to do that. They ain't put together. They ain't put in front of y'all the no overtime shit. I mean the no taxes on overtime shit. The no tip shit. They could have pushed that forward. They could have pushed all these bills that y'all talking about for Trump. All of these bills are on the table right now. And it's not the Senate that's stopping those bills.
And the direct benefit, when we're looking at black entrepreneurs, is profound. And all it is about saying this. Americans in general, regardless of their race or gender, we have ambition, we have aspirations, we have dreams, but not everyone has access to the opportunity that lets them actually accomplish that. I want to increase access to opportunity.
Listen, unfortunately.
Access to opportunity. I like that. Access to opportunity. Because I believe that's the way for people to be able to get ahead. I mean, opportunity. Access to opportunity.
If you were to become president, what measures would you put in place to make sure Social Security benefits continue?
Now, this is something very important to a lot of people. I would have liked to hear somebody like Joe Rogan ask Mr. Trump this.
because there are reports that it could possibly be depleted by 2033. And there are estimated that 11,000 people turn at least 65 years of age every single day.
Yeah.
So what are you going to do to make sure, because that, people with disabilities, retirement, survivors with beneficiaries, what are you going to do to make sure that?
Why don't you own?
I think this is a very serious question. And I mean, hey, I'll be 65 one day, and I mean, I got a long time, but I doubt if they're gonna keep this up to by the time I get 65, especially if they try to push it up to 70, which they probably will by the time I get around that age.
So, Shannon, to your point, there was an independent economic review of Donald Trump's plan, which shows that Social Security in the next 6 years would be insolvent under his plan, meaning that it would not be able to pay out what hardworking people who deserve dignity in their retirement deserve. And as you and I both know,
now, I'm glad she said that, but I still want to know what you're going to do to save it. But I'm glad she definitely let us know that this is the, what the economics say. It'll be gone in 6 years. And that's kind of close to the 2033 any damn way. 2030, 2033, either way it go, that bitch going to be gone in the next about 10 years. And I need 15 at least. No, I need 25. Damn. I know that bitch going to be gone when I get there.
there are a lot of our seniors who their only source of income is that Social Security check.
Correct.
Right? It's the only way they're going to pay the rent or have food on.
I'm going to just have to be rich already or some shit now, not need it, but which, hey, I just hope so, but shit, the way times are changing with inflation and shit, you don't know what you're going to need to retire with. 20 years.
On the table. So my plan is about doing what we need to do to put the resources back into Social Security, but also expanding it. Because here's part of the problem with Social Security is that for our aging seniors, if they are a couple, for example, and one of the spouses passes, that cuts their Social Security benefits almost in half.
Damn, I didn't know that.
So part of my plan is to reconfigure it so that that surviving spouse does not then have a crisis where they've already lost their loved one.
That's for the people. That's for the people. How can you be mad at that? And that's detailed.
But we also just have to understand on a macro level, we've got to require that billionaires and corporations pay their fair share, right? They can afford to. And that's part of what is the difference between me and Donald Trump. My plan is about tax cuts for small businesses, for working people, for
tax cuts for small businesses, working people.
Middle-class people. 100 million Americans will benefit around tax cuts. My plan is that no taxes will be raised for anybody making less than $400,000 a year.
No taxes will be raised for anybody making $400,000 a year. I have no problem with the people that make over a certain amount of money, all that. You can't see yourself at a certain spot and all that. No, it's not like you're going to goddamn have to pay a killing. But if you have to do something to balance out the overall, there shouldn't be a big old hoo-wop about it. But you know how it is. Because like Kwame say, if you got a lot of money, you know how to do all the loopholes anyway. So what's the big deal? What's the big deal?
Here. My plan is that we give young parents a $6,000 child tax credit to help them pay for child care, for a crib or a car seat, because you and I both know the vast majority of our young.
There's another plan. Yeah, I know $400,000 is not a lot of money. But you could do the breakdown of how many people in America make more than $400,000 a year. And you need to keep the middle class strong.
Parents have a natural desire to parent their children well, but not always the resources. And back to the way I was raised, I know that the children of the community are the children of the community. That you and I will benefit from that young family having the resources they need. So it's about all of us benefiting, but it's a state of mind and it's a perspective. Mine is about thinking about the challenges people face and getting them help. Donald Trump is full-time focused on himself. You watch his rallies. He will spend full time talking about, I was going to say Freddy Krueger, Hannibal Lecter. Might as well be Freddy Krueger. Hannibal Lecter. Mm-hmm. He'll spend full time talking about his grievances, about what everyone has done to him. He'll talk about himself, but he does not talk about the American people. He does
kind of right there, but hey, keep going.
Does not talk about what he's going to do for middle class. He does not talk about what he's going to do for families, for working people. And we're 12 days out. This is probably one of the most serious elections that we have faced in our lifetime. My perspective, and I will be the kind of president who spends full time focused on the needs of the people. That has been my career. I have spent my whole career as a public servant trying to uplift the condition of other people, knowing what is possible and doing it with a sense of optimism.
I mean, what else does a DA or Attorney General do? I mean, in their head, they're thinking that they're working for the people, because they're defending people who, I mean, they're prosecuting gangs, they're prosecuting murderers, rapists, killers. So, I mean, whether you like them or not, as far as a presidential candidate, if it was your brother, sister, or mother that was murdered or something and a person is prosecuting them, they'll probably be the most wonderful person in your life at the time.
On January 20th, a new president is going into the White House. Mm-hmm. Period. A new president is going into the White House. Do you want to look at the Oval Office and see a Donald Trump who's going to be sitting there filling out his enemies list, spending full time figuring out retribution and revenge, or looking at the Oval Office and knowing you have a president in there who's creating a to-do list that's about what to do to help the American people?
So raising minimum age of Social Security, that's not on the table for you?
No. Look, people work hard all their lives, and they deserve to be able to retire with dignity. I'll tell you how.
I mean, that's true. Everybody's not going to become super rich. Some people just work hard all their lives, good 20, 30 years, sometimes 40, 50. I've seen some old men on the job site. I've seen some men getting ready to retire. Like, man, I got one more year to retire. But with inflation and all that, you're going to need that Social Security as well as your pension. And, we're looking at bills that you got these Republicans putting up trying to, take that type of stuff also. So, I mean, there's a lot on the line. You got women and their health issues. You got people and their social security issues. You got immigrants with their issues of getting deported out of a country to a country where they never been at, getting caught up in a sweep when they're actually here legally. But if any kind of glitch go wrong in the system right now, a person could be flown to a country they never been to before. I mean, we got the school system, at risk of being mixed up to the point of taking all Black history out and, making school a for-profit situation and a religious situation, religion and for-profit, and taking away financing and funding for low-income schools. There's a lot of things that are on the table right now. They're still going to try to go after the Affordable Health Care Act, which, for people with pre-existing conditions. They're still going after, the student loan. I'm pretty sure he's going to cut back the money that's in the HBCU. He's going to take that right back. That's $16 billion now. Take that right back. And that money still will be going overseas to Israel. It still will be going over there to Ukraine.
How I come at this. I come at it from a number of perspectives, including thinking about how I was raised in terms of how you take care of the elders, right? I think about it in terms of taking care of my mother when she was sick and dying from cancer. So one of my policies, for example, is to help Medicare pay for home health care for seniors. Why? Because, look, I did it, and it means, you know, trying to cook.
I actually seen this bill in the on Congress.gov. We actually read about that bill. Putting medical care for seniors in Medicaid. That is very important. I mean, your mother gets sick. Your mother took care of your whole life. Yeah, you want to take care of your mother, but you still got to work. So being able to hire a nurse to come over there and help your mother, your father, or whatever, while you still can work, you know what I'm saying, or whatever. I mean, that affects a lot of everyday people. So while y'all worrying about Mexicans getting across the border, you better be worrying about your everyday lives. Hell, you paying to a Medicaid system? Shit, you should be able to take advantage of it.
Look for an elder to make something they feel like eating, right? To help them put on a sweater. And we have so many people who are in the sandwich generation. They're raising their young kids and taking care of their parents. And either they have to deplete their savings to qualify for Medicaid.
Oh, yeah, that too, El Hombre Negro. You can hire a family member as a nurse and pay them.
Right? To be able to help pay for home health care. Or they have to quit their job to do the work of taking care of their kids and their parent. And I just believe that's not right. That we should have policies that give people dignity, especially our seniors. So my plan is Medicare pays for home health care. Okay. And no, I would not raise the age of eligibility for Social Security, because the same thing. We shouldn't force people to work until they're 70 in order to retire and have a moment to just enjoy their life and not worry about how they're going to pay their rent.
Is Medicare for all a priority for you?
What is a priority for me is making sure that access to health care is a right and not just a privilege of those who can afford it. That's why I am in favor of and have pushed and been a leader on capping the cost of insulin at $35 a month.
$35 a month insulin. I know that's helpful.
Why I intend to allow Medicare to actually negotiate against the big pharmaceutical companies to bring down the cost of prescription medication for everybody. That's why I have fought for what we need to do around making sure Medicare covers senior care. Access to health care should not be a question of how much money you have in your back pocket. That's just not right. And I feel strongly about that.
Yeah, that's real.
Blacks for Trump.
Blacks for Trump, y'all.
They feel that Trump is better for the black community. Can you explain Donald Trump's history with blacks? Where did this come that all of a sudden, I mean, it's been like this.
Man, we ain't gonna get into blacks for Trump. We're gonna skip that part. That's not important to me.
Trump of the ghetto, because he was some blacks.
Be president, the ability to terminate the Constitution of the United States. You're for me? Of the president of the United States, the ability to sit behind the seal of the president of the United States when he says he wants to terminate the Constitution of the United States.
Now, to the people who want to act like you did not see that Donald Trump said he wanted to terminate the Constitution, and y'all act like that's not an important factor. A sitting president saying he wants to terminate, well, he wasn't a sitting president at the time, wants to terminate the Constitution. Do you know what that means for you?
You know what that would mean? In the Constitution of the United States is your Fourth Amendment right against unreasonable search and seizure. Your Fifth Amendment right. Your Sixth Amendment right to an attorney.
Well, a lot of rights going to be gone. The First Amendment.
But the First Amendment, the Second Amendment. Yes. Look, I'm in favor of the Second Amendment. I don't believe we should be taking anybody's guns away. He wants to terminate the Constitution of the United States. He is the same one, like I said earlier, who denied rent to black families, who took out that full-page ad in the New York Times calling for the execution of those children, who birtherism accusations against the first black president. Not to mention please ask folks to Google Project 2025.
Yeah.
He would get rid of the $35 a month cap on insulin. We know how many of our seniors had it. I'll give you another example of why Donald Trump has not earned the support of folks to be president of the United States again. When he was president the last time, during the height of COVID, 1 in 3 black Americans knew somebody who died from COVID. You remember?
Now, that's a lie. Because I didn't know nobody who died from COVID. So you lying right now, Kamala.
Remember those days?
Mm-hmm, I do.
And people.
Y'all said that, so I just agree with y'all, but I don't know nobody personally who died. So, and I know it could be. I know my cousin lived with me, and ain't not 1 out of 3 people died that she knew. So yeah, you double lied. Yeah, I know a lot of people who didn't been around 3 black people, and they didn't have 3 black people that died that they know.
Couldn't get their hands on a COVID test. At that very same time, Donald Trump as president secretly sent COVID tests to the president of Russia for his personal use. While Americans were dying every day, he has not earned the right to be president of the United States. It's one thing if he has a television show that's very popular. Mm-hmm. He can put his name on a building. Even though we all know he was not a terribly good businessman, which is why he filed for bankruptcy 6 times. But that is one thing. To be president of the United States means to try and find common ground, to build consensus, to lift up the American people instead of trying
I agree there.
to beat people down all the time. It means solving problems.
I agree there.
Which means you have to be able to get out of your own head and scan to be concerned about the well-being of other people and then do something about it. Does anyone think Donald Trump thinks that way?
Yeah, well, empathy requires you to divorce your own ego to see yourself as someone else.
That's exactly right. And we know that's not his character. So it's about, is this the right person for that job, right?
He said immigrants are taking black jobs. I don't know what those black jobs that they're taking.
Yeah, what are those black jobs, y'all? Knowledge, you got a black job? What's a black job?
Can you elaborate on that? What the immigrants are taking? What black jobs are they?
Well, it's just another example of him trying to divide and him trying to scare people. It's just another example of him doing that, of him trying to say it's either you or them, right? Mm-hmm. And the other thing is that it's
oh, your girl is a black job.
Incredibly demeaning because, and he still has not been forced to define, Donald Trump, what do you define as a black job? Because let me tell you what I define as a black job. Vice President of the United States.
That's a good one.
Right?
It is.
You ain't black, woman, so you lying again. What's good, David Johnson?
I don't know about the pay, but it's a good job to have.
Well, you know, not everybody is Shannon Sharp.
No, but you know what I wanted to ask? You've been in...
There she go again, pandering to these black folks, these Negroes. Pandering again, laughing and tap dancing. You ain't black, woman.
Basically, your adult life, you've been a public servant.
Yes, I have.
You've been AG.
My whole adult life.
You've been a DA. Yeah. You've been a senator. You've been VP.
But you lied about McDonald's. All that. But nah, you lied about working at McDonald's. So we gonna discredit all of that because you couldn't even work at McDonald's. I work harder than you, ma'am.
Is that what you envisioned? Is that what you always wanted to be, was a public servant?
I've always wanted to serve. You know, I was raised, I mean, back to whether you are, however you were raised, in the community in which you are raised, including the church in which you are raised, I have always believed that it is an important pursuit to figure out how you can serve. And we can do it in different ways, mm-hmm. right? I chose public service. You chose a different route, mm-hmm. but it's about service. Mm-hmm. And I have always, I mean, I've only had one client my entire life, the people. And the reason I keep doing it is because I know the difference that I and we can make when we believe in what is possible and then work hard at it. And
you can win big on hard.
Regardless of who you are, where you live, what you look like, I will be a president for all Americans. And I will work to bring our country back together because, frankly, I think people are exhausted with the anger, with the hate, with the division, the attempt to have Americans pointing their fingers at each other, I think people are exhausted. It's not healthy for the productivity of our country. Like, do we want to strive? Do we want to thrive? Or do we want to spend full time with vengeance, demeaning other people? And living a life of service is about, I think, the importance of lifting people up, not tearing them down.
My team here at Shay Media is always growing.
I don't see why these type of conversations can't be had on both sides. It's like every time we see it on the other side, though, it becomes all this demon talk.
It seems like only black people pander. Like when other candidates go on shows and they say they're going to do this, they're not pandering.
Yeah, I'm glad he brought this up. So her just coming on this show at all, even laughing at the same time, he laughing, all this pandering, according to black folks. But when Donald Trump going to Chick-fil-A and then bring the Chick-fil-A lady up there, say all that crazy shit, or he have a room full of the black people and call them the blacks, Angela Stanton and all those motherfuckers, that's crazy.
Telling you, laying out their elaborate plan on what they're going to do. But it seems to you, when you promise it, if I'm president, this is what I'm going to do in the first 90 days. This is what I'm going to do. My administration is going to do while I'm in office. You're pandering. How do you get through to those that says, look, this is what I'm going to do. If I'm elected president, these are the policies, and they will lead to meaningful and impactful change?
Well, part of it is just to be candid. I think that there's sadly a misinformation out there about who I am and what I've done, because if people are informed about fact, they will know that almost everything that I'm talking about doing as president is built on a foundation of work that I've been doing for years. If it is about economic empowerment of the black community and all communities, I've been working on that. As vice president, I am responsible for billions of dollars from big banks and big corporations, including technology companies, getting into community banks to increase access to capital for minority-owned and other small businesses.
There you go.
If you look at my work over a period of years, my focus again on something like maternal mortality is longstanding, which directly impacts black men and black women.
Right.
And the black family. If you look at the work that I am doing that is about small businesses, you know, the person who helped my mother raise us, who was a second mother to us, was a small business owner. I have always focused for such a long time on what we need to do, knowing that our small businesses are part of the culture of our communities, right? Including the economic fabric and strength of the community. So what I'm talking about doing right now is based on longstanding work. It's not new. But as President of the United States, part of why it is important is it is a new approach to that job. It is about a new way that is based on a new generation of leadership.
New generation of leadership. Kamala Harris is not the same as a Joe Biden, just the way a Donald Trump is not the same as George Bush or Ronald Reagan. You know, like you got to let people do their own administration. People have their own ideas. Her ideas is going to be in the lenient way of the way she's looking at the point of view. I just know the dangers of a Donald Trump. I'm not prepared for, and I mean, I guess you'll have to be prepared for it regardless. But I don't trust this man getting into the White House again, because I believe his agenda is on another level at this point in time in his career. Because he's more desperate to try to stay out of prison than I believe he is of trying to put this country on the rightful path. So that's just in my opinion. Like I said, we just kind of listened to a woman candidate give several things of ideas of things that she felt like, you know, that will help out the economy. We can go on, but hell, it's crazy that hell we listened for 3 hours. We didn't hear nowhere near the things that she's even mentioning.
That is based on new ideas and, frankly, a different experience that brings my commitment to the work I am talking about into being.
Can you give us a breakdown of how you will allow blacks and other minorities to access capital? Because you speak a lot about capital, and in order for people to become successful and have some wealth.
What do you want me to push back on? What do you hear that she's saying right now? That's at first, hell, what is there to push back on if she's just giving her plans for the economy? I mean, especially when I just listened to 3 hours of a guy not giving out one plan for the economy besides deporting 21 million foreigners out of the country. That does nothing to help anybody. That does nothing to help my pockets. That does nothing to help people benefit off of, this system that we pay into. We're still fighting. We're still putting money into all the foreigners' hands and, sending money away from America. But unless you are a billionaire, you're not going to be benefiting from none of this stuff that he's talking about.
Is that they need to have access to that to get started.
So that's, in fact, why I did, starting earlier this year, my economic opportunity tour, way before I was running for president, because I realized that so many of our entrepreneurs don't actually have we need to do better.
Okay, if she's married to a white boy, well, Trump is married to a Yugoslavia woman. So the first lady is is a foreigner. Trump main donor is a illegal alien. Like y'all niggas are fighting about some aliens while y'all listen to a nigga that got a whole website that's an illegal alien. That shit crazy.
And getting information to people about what's available to them. So, for example, through the Small Business Administration, there are funds available to help people create a business plan. There is resources available to help people just know how that you need to run a payroll, how you need to pay business taxes. Part of my plan, by the way, is to simplify taxes for small businesses. I like to say it's basically, I'm going to date myself, like, you remember the 1040 Did you ever have to do a 1040 Probably never.
No.
Okay, I did. But, simplifying tax returns for people, including our small businesses. But the work that I have done and will continue to do is about knowing that we don't lack for hard work, we don't lack for good ideas, but we do lack for information about the help that is available.
Yeah, that's some real shit. But that's the brainwash we under right now. These niggas love to come up here and tell you how much we need to get this and that for ourselves and this and that. Them niggas do not want no help. Y'all niggas want to cry. I see what this is. I see what it is. They want to complain about the white man and hug him all at the same time. I get it.
So that's part of how it is going to be about increasing access to capital. Part of it is about putting more money. So I called up and got in touch with and worked with some of the big CEOs of the biggest corporations in America and said, and the big banks, that you all don't necessarily, you're not there in the community where you can get a $100,000 loan to a small business. You guys deal at a different level. But those $100,000 loans for a startup will go a long way. Let's get those billions of dollars that you've got, put them into community banks who are in the community, who know what the community needs, what they want, what the consumers there want, and then support those small businesses. So that's my approach to access to capital, including making sure that people have, again, simplifying taxes for small businesses. You know why, Shannon? Small businesses can't afford to hire a bunch of accountants.
Yeah, they can't.
Hey, I don't think I gotta go through too much more of this or whatever, because obviously, if I ain't just about to sit here and say, "Oh, this bitch, she ain't black and this and that," Negroes don't want to hear shit. They don't want to hear actual solutions. Y'all just want to hear who you like. You want to hear insults. I didn't even sit here and insult goddamn Trump too much. I just play what he really say. But anyway, let me go ahead and go handle my business. Y'all have a good day. Get out and go do something productive. don't let your brain rot away. But I'm gonna get up out of here. Y'all make sure you hit the like button.